Sports leader. Bailey now a swing and a high fly ball. This is hit well out to deep left field. Smith's going back at the track, looking up. It's gone. An opposite field 2-run home run for Patrick Bailey, showing you why he is one of the top hitting prospects in this Giants organization. His first homer in the Cactus League.
I do think that the dry spell is over. You mentioned the guys, Gerald and Harrison, and Patrick Bailey is another guy who's is coming fast. So when it starts to come and everybody starts to develop and they start to get energy, everybody down there starts getting more incentive because the guys are getting called up, and it's really healthy for your organization to pull from within.
Oh, is this thing on? I'm getting acclimated. I'm getting acclimated here because Murph takes his own time, and so I got to get set up here. Now we're on camera so people can see how discombobulated I am. FP is here. Papa is out today. It's always good, but we got a lot of baseball to talk about. They were just talking about Patrick Bailey. Everyone's excited.
Dude, Paulie's seat is still warm. This is gross. I'm sitting in Paulie Mac's warm seat.
Do you like the other person's warmth as you sit down? It kind of freaks me out.
Yeah, it's kind of weird. Yeah, let's talk some baseball. Let's have some Baileys in the morning. I'm all for it.
All right, we got a ton of stuff to get to today. We will get into, there's some more Warriors. There's an obsession that we'll talk about with 49ers fans, media, etc. We'll talk to Matt Mayoko about that today as well. Who else do we have in? Chris Rose is going to join us today, so we got a ton of different things. But the big story maybe around the Giants is, Casey Schmidt, and he has energized the franchise. We'll get into the sweep of the Phillies and all the right things they did there as they take the Marlins on. But Patrick Bailey, they got a little groin strain for Joey Bart, and so Patrick Bailey from AAA, and he's one of those guys that we've heard about forever, right? It's like, okay, when is he coming? When is he coming? You saw him in spring training. What are we in for here?
Well, I think we all have to temper our enthusiasm a little bit that every person the Giants call up from AAA is not going to be Casey Schmidt, right? Casey Schmidt showed that he was better than that level, and he got called up for that reason. Patrick Bailey is getting called up because of need. So not everybody's going to hit 450 in their first couple of games. If this happens, great. So, on the night show, everyone's like, well, call up Kyle Harrison, call this guy. And I'm all for, Casey Schmidt has energized our fan base, maybe energized the ball club. But we have to temper our enthusiasm that every person they call up is not going to be Casey Schmidt. So with Patrick Bailey, he's a great receiver. He can command a pitching staff. He's got a lot to learn, but he was with these guys in spring training. So hopefully he does a nice job. But I just don't want everybody to think, call them all up and it's all going to work like Casey Schmidt, because that's the knee-jerk reaction, right? You want to have that feeling again, and you think if they keep calling up guys, this is going to happen. But there's a difference between showing you're better than the level you're at and getting called up to the big leagues and being called up for need, and that's what is going on with Bailey right now. But that said, it's an opportunity, and the door is open, and you get your day in the sun. Maybe you shine and you run with it and take off like Casey Schmidt. But I think we all have to just take a little step back and know that everybody's not going to have the same success initially that Casey Schmidt is at. But they could. But I'm
That's
just
how
saying.
We're going to start.
I'm just saying. I hope so. Good for this kid. I mean, let's go.
Let me summarize what FP just did. Wah, wah,
no,
wah.
I'm just saying that
You're being,
not everybody's going to be Casey Schmidt.
I think correct me if I'm wrong, because you are definitely into the pulse of the fan base and certainly know it a lot longer than I do. But I think that what happened with Casey Schmidt, like you said, is a bit of a comment, and this isn't going to continue for him. But what was happening was this was a fan base that was starved for something, for the arrow to go up. Where's our next guy? They haven't produced one of these guys. And then everybody got excited, and he's got the personality. He's kind of got everything, and he's got the defense, the offense. He hit a couple of early home runs. And what a fan base, I think, wants, if they can't win championships, if they're not, is they want a future, and they want to feel good, and they go, okay, there's one, and then another one comes, and you're thinking they're all going to be that. We've heard about Harrison and Bailey and Luciano and all these different guys, and the fan base sat here and go, when, and they all went, be patient. Then the first basically seedling that comes up is this guy that gets off to the start, and everybody says, well, it's almost like that Dave Chappelle, but you got any more of those minor league prospects, man? You know what I mean? And so all of a sudden you think that they're all going to be that, like you said. because you were there just like I was. I mean, I'm walking around at FanFest going, now we got lucky. We had Jock Peterson, we had Logan Webb, but a lot of these guys, they're in Giants uniforms, and I'm supposed to know who they are, and I'm like, who's that guy? You know what I mean? So I think that's what the fan base is kind of reacting to, right, is that Casey Schmidt comes up, and all of a sudden all these guys are going to be that, and we're going to be back to being the Giants, and here we go.
Yeah, and the Giants fans are thirsty to wrap their arms around someone. And you got Casey Schmidt now because he's ours. He's homegrown. It's different. You sign a free agent and they become a Giant for a while, and it's still cool because they're a Giant. They look good in a Giants uniform. But when you talk about Will Clark and Robbie Thompson and Tim Lincecum and Buster Posey and those guys were our own. We drafted them, we developed them, and then they became ours. And so when you have a guy come through your system, it's a little bit different. Obviously, Barry Bonds is the exception. You signed Barry, and now he's ours from Pittsburgh and that whole thing. But I think as a fan base, when you draft and develop your guy and you hear about him, he comes up, and then he's successful, that's awesome. And that's why we're so – I mean, there's just a different energy at the ballpark right now with Casey Schmidt. From the very first game, there was a buzz in the ballpark, and he hit the home run, and I was lucky enough to be standing by his family. I was going to say hi to some friends in the stands, and I looked, wow, this is a huge party over here, and it hit me as the ball left the ballpark that's his family, and I was standing right next to him, and it was just a goosebump moment to see, like, and I don't think a lot of people realize all the trials and tribulations you have as a youngster going through it, and the minor leagues and the bus rides, and then all of a sudden your family goes through that too. So when you finally get called up, they're maybe more emotional than you are. And to be right next to his family when he hit the home run was something I'll never forget. But, it's just cool what he's done. And I don't want to put too much on him. Like, Casey Schmidt is not going to save this organization. And I don't want anybody to feel like he's going to. Like, one guy is not going to do this. It's a cool story right now. This kid's really, really good. And he's going to be good for a long time. But I don't want to sit here and say, like, this is their savior. I mean, he's not. There's got to be other pieces to this puzzle. But it's really fun to have a young guy going out there and doing what he's doing. John, he throws the ball across the infield. And I say this on my show at night all the time. I just giggle. There's nothing to analyze there. Like, I'm sitting in the press box, and he makes a throw. I'm just like, like, are you kidding me? Like, just his arm and the confidence that he has to throw the ball across the infield at 94 miles an hour, and it's right on the money. And if you watch that last throw, the one that was 94, I watched it like 10 times. It's one of those like videos you just can't stop watching. I watched it in all the different angles. I think we had it on our KNBR Instagram, and I kept watching it. And the subtle thing about Lamont Wade Jr. when he catches it at first base, it's just like he catches it and he kind of glances like right at Casey like, oh my God. It was very subtle that he's never caught a ball that hard at first base in his life kind of look. And he just runs off the field. He's just like, and he kind of framed it for a second. And he looked over there like, did you just do that? So yeah, all of this stuff is good, but just, and I'm all for, hey, call him, hey, empty it out. Let's see.
Yeah.
Like, see, bring up Kyle Harrison. But you have to me, there's steps in guys graduating from A ball. You got to show you're better than the league to get to double A. When you get to double A, you got to show you're better than that league. And then you get to triple A, you got to show you're better than that league. And you're better than the level you're playing at to be successful at the next level. So, hey, for Bailey right now, he's got an opportunity. He's got a really good opportunity because nobody's really taken this catcher thing and ran with it. So it's not like this is just a short call up. He has a chance to do something. He's getting an opportunity where nobody's really taken this thing by the reins.
Well, and maybe I'm 100% wrong. I just get the sense that they're just not totally in love with Joey, that no matter what Joey does, there's just something missing there. And it's not so much that they didn't draft him, develop him. It happens all the time. New management comes in. If a guy can play, they're going to keep him. I just get the sense. And then Patrick Bailey comes in. And I'm with you. I don't expect everything out of Patrick Bailey. The thing that excites me the most about Casey Schmidt is not his bat. It's what he's doing to the infield defense. One of the worst things last year, maybe number one on the list, was infield defense. So we kept hearing from management, hey, our pitching staff is better than you all think. They're a pitch-to-contact staff, and our guys can't catch the ball. So all of a sudden, I think Casey Schmidt's going to settle in at some point at third, can play some short, but now everybody kind of fits. He's at third. He's way above average. He can fill in for Crawford. That fits because he's not going to play 140, 150, might play 110, 120. Tyro Estrada's above average at second. Lamont Wade's coming along at first. And maybe Patrick Bailey, to me, it's about his defense and the way he calls his game. I know fans don't want to hear that. But all of a sudden now you have an infield and a catcher and everything that fits. And the thing that was maybe the number one thing on the list, which, again, nobody talks about because they want to talk about hitting and pitching and they forget about defense. They couldn't catch the ball last year. And all of a sudden, I'm looking at this team going, maybe they can catch the ball now. That's exciting to me.
It is, but that shouldn't be something to get excited about at the big league level. I mean, when you get to this level, you should be able to catch the ball.
But they couldn't.
It's the big leagues, and I mean, if you're talking about Bailey back there, if he does catch the ball and not let it go to the backstop, it's an upgrade right now. I mean, if I'm being perfectly honest,
right.
I mean, it's a lot to learn for a youngster. But he was around these guys in spring training, get to know it's not just their arsenals, their repertoires, when to throw what, and what the hitter's weakness is, and reading swings real time during the game, and knowing if the guy's going to run, and looking at him if he's tipping that he's going to run. And there's so many things that go into catching. But it's knowing their personalities and their makeups, and when to go out to the mound, and when to take time, and knowing who you can talk to and what to say to who. I mean, it's the hardest job in baseball is being a young catcher. It takes a long time to develop. So I just hope, he comes up here and he has a wonderful opportunity at the major league level to show that he can stay here. And once he gets confidence in his ability at this level to know that his game plays here, and even more importantly, when the guy's throwing the baseball to him, get confidence in him. If you have pitchers going to your manager, your pitching coach saying, we really like this guy. We really like this guy. Remember Perez, I think, is a huge injury for the Giants. All the pitchers love throwing to this guy, and nobody talks about him being out for the season. That's a big deal. But now if you have a guy that all of a sudden the pitchers have confidence in, and they're going to their coaches, and they're talking on the plane, on the bus, did you see how many strikes he stole from me last night? Did you see him call that slide? I wasn't even thinking slider right there. He called slider. I threw it, and the guy missed it by a mile. This guy knows what he's doing. When you get that kind of confidence in your staff and in your teammates, then you're staying.
I got one more question for you on Patrick Bailey, then we'll expand out. We got a bunch of things to talk about today. We are live, by the way, if you go to KNBR.com and the KNBR app, if you want to see how good FP looks. See, I wore a hat today because I've seen you in here a lot in a hat, and I thought, well, FP's not going to dress up. But now you're dressing up for the camera. You got you got nice hair today. You always wear the fitted sweats, but you got the hair going today. You got the earbuds in today. I got you. All right. I've learned my lesson today. I was going Friday casual look with the hat and everything, but not you.
Dude, I'm single.
See what you did?
I'm single. If someone's watching us, I think we're, what are we on? YouTube?
Let me tell you something.
YouPorn? What are we on?
Both, actually. Yeah, wide variance. We go across the board on this.
OnlyFans?
Yes, all of it.
You want to put my feet up on the desk? I will. I'm not afraid to.
A lot of people make a lot of money off that stuff. All right, we'll tell you about the guest list coming up next, plus more Patrick Bailey talk. He is on the way. How excited does that make Giants fans? Text line is wide open. You can hit us up on the YouTube and Twitch as well if you want to conversate with us there. We can do that as well. We'll do all that coming up next, plus a great guest list on a Friday. We'll do it next on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patrick Bailey, Ryan Walker, the reliever, he's called up to the big leagues as well. There'll be a parade of Giants prospect. Continues that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Wherever you are around the globe, stream your proud home of Giants baseball 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
How big was your team's response coming off that series in Arizona and getting a sweep? Just what does that say about your team and where you guys are headed?
Yeah, we're awesome. It just shows what we can do, and it was a really good week.
What's up, my bud?
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. Zach Bayrudy is going to join us, River Cats play-by-play. Why? Because Patrick Bailey's on the way. Text line is wide open, and they're getting on you, 415-828-5627, 415-828-KNBR. I guess you're supposed to be more of a cheerleader and less of a realist? Is this true?
Dude, I'm the most positive guy in the world. I'm just trying to keep everything in check here. Right. But if you want to go nuts about Patrick, go nuts. Yeah, he's the next Buster Posey. Here we go. I mean, maybe he is. He's getting a chance. And when you get your chance, you got to take advantage of opportunity. And hopefully he does. Hopefully we remember that show when you said, don't worry, just relax a little bit? Well, this guy's awesome. And I hope he is. I'm just looking at it right now. I mean, look, his this year at AAA, and that's obviously, as you well know, that's a hitter's league, the Pacific Coast League. He's at 4 homers, 16 RBIs, hitting .276 with a .777 OPS. So, that's in a hitter's league. So to just be realistic, in his minor league career, he's a .251 hitter with a .779 OPS. So, well, if he does that and he catches the hell out of it, that's good. Right. Let's go. So, look, like you said, I think that there's an unrealistic expectation from all these guys that we've heard of for so long, and it's a starved fan base, 4 stars, and they want everybody to come up and be Casey Schmidt, which is not realistic. It's not realistic what Casey Schmidt himself is doing. Even though I hype it up and have a bunch of cards and make a lot of jokes about it that he's going to pay for my kid's college education, I even told him that, which probably would put him in a tailspin. He was like, he didn't know how to respond. I go, by the way, I've got about 20 rare cards of yours, and all you have to do is put my kid through college. No pressure. And he kind of laughed nervously and went, yeah. So, I mean, I'm probably going to throw the kid into a tailspin, but the reality, like you said, is like, great. It'd be cool if he came up and caught the staff real well and got the confidence of the staff. He's probably going to hit 9th, and it's okay. And if he were to hit 250 with an above average OPS of 777, I think the average is like 734. So if he's at 777 for his OPS and hits about 250, not everybody's going to be Buster Posey. No, and this is big for Farhan. He's calling up his guys now. These are his guys. And if they get the job done, that looks really good. And Casey Schmidt looks really good. And if Patrick Bailey comes up here and does well, and whoever else they call up, these are his guys, and this is his signature. And this is a big moment for him, I feel like, too.
I agree with that, because let's be honest, he's gotten criticized a lot. The free agents haven't been great. There's a piece in the Chronicle today. Susan Slusser, she spoke with him. He comes on our air every other week, and having worked with Tom for a while and had Farhan on, he's honest. He'll say if he, hey, I kind of screwed that one up or this or that or the other. But, okay, it's fine to not get Aaron Judge, and it's fine to not get Carlos Correa, who's barely hitting the Mendoza line, by the way, and has an OPS of like 660. By the way, Carlos Rodon hasn't pitched this year for the Yankees, but let's not get in the way of the facts. Okay, so he didn't get those guys. But the guys he's getting now, Conforto's starting to hit a little bit. Give Mitch Haniger a minute. All right, Minaya and Stripling haven't been the right guys. So he's facing some criticism. So like you said, I think it's big for him that Casey Schmidt comes up and plays well, and that Patrick Bailey can be more than competent as a catcher. That's big for the fan base, who's pretty much all year long been on him pretty bad.
These are your guys. Here we go. Giddy up. Yeah. And then Aaron Judge has got googly eyes going everywhere. If we just sign that guy, there'd be a big scandal right now. So, yeah.
Which means I'm all for that, by the way.
I know. Me too.
I'm all for him looking into the dugout.
He was looking at his first base coach. So if you're going into your glove and you're gripping the baseball, or you're showing me the ball at first or even at third if I'm a coach, and I see the grip on the baseball and you're giving me pitches, and now I say, hey, if I'm moving or walking toward you, it's a fastball. If I'm standing still, it's off speed. Check me out. I'm going to do that all day long. I mean, that's your fault for being dumb enough to let the coach get it. Now, if the coach is almost in fair territory, I've heard stories. Ryan Zimmerman told me once that one of the Dodgers coaches was like looking over his shoulder while he was holding a runner on at first base to get the catcher's signs. Okay, that's a little different. But if you're just giving me stuff, I'm going to look.
Right.
I might just even turn my head. Forget just the eye thing. If I'm hitting, I'm just going to look at you.
Plus, I don't know how this works, so you tell me. FB is in for Papa today. Thanks for joining us on a Friday. If the way I see it is, if you're using technology or garbage cans or so, okay, that may be too far. But the old school way, again, these all the unwritten rules for somebody like me is confusing. But there's been an accepted way of, I don't know, gaining an advantage, right? And that seems to be one of the accepted ways to gain an advantage, right?
Didn't we decipher the code in Midway? Isn't that how we won Midway in World War II? Like deciphering the codes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, like you said, hitting is one of the most difficult things, maybe the most difficult thing to do in all of sports. And if you're going to give me some sort of an advantage at it, and I'm not, shouldn't I take advantage? Isn't it, if I ain't cheating, I ain't trying? I mean, right?
Well, if you're on second base and I can get your signs in 2-pitch, if you're using like the first sign after 2 when they used to use signs before the pitch come, and I get those, and then maybe I relay them to the hitter, say I go back to the base after a pitch, and I stand right on top of the base with 2 feet. That means I got them. If I'm standing with 1 foot on the base and 1 foot off the base, it means I don't have them. But if I got them and you're 100% sure, well, make your signs more difficult. If I can get them on second base in 2 or 3 pitches, and I can, by the way. I could do it on TV. I could do it anytime. I can get signs quick. Oh, yeah.
Is there certain guys who were, right, better than others?
You're just like, okay, he threw a curveball there. When was the 2 in the sequence for curveball? And then you just kind of find the 2 again. And then it's like 1, 3, wiggle, 2. Oh, 4th sign or first sign after this. There's the 2. And then it literally takes me 3 or 4 pitches because I did that. But now with PitchCom, you can't do that.
Right.
Did you see the college team that had the junior college team that had the earphones in their helmets, and there's nobody in the stands, and the guy in first base could hear the guy's helmet while he was getting a lead, and they're like, "Wait, there's voices in your helmet." And then the coach got fired, and they
if you're doing technology, I think that's just too far. I mean, that's too far. But if I get, like you said, the old school ways that you can pick certain things up, that's fair game because the other team is not doing a good enough job of hiding things. That's different.
You don't think that all these teams that have 1 million propeller heads are going to find the frequency that PitchCom is on and start stealing those? That's going to happen. We're going to have a scandal. Slider away. And you've intercepted that?
Well, the Saints, didn't the Saints back in the day, they was Mickey Loomis, and because they're relaying signals in their boxes. So if you're an away team, they were relaying their plays from their coordinators who were up high down to down low. And yeah, like you said, there's a frequency.
Yeah. So someone's getting that.
Exactly. And they're like, here's the play. I mean, in football, it'd be everything, right? Oh, they're sweeping left. Like, God, it's like they know our plays. It's like, yeah, they're still, I mean, that's at some point, it's going to happen in baseball. Like you're the road team and it's like an old CB. Only this percentage of our audience understands that, but it's like, breaker 1-9, and then my dad had a CB growing up, and we'd get in there and we'd mess with truckers.
Right.
Same thing. It's like whatever frequency you're on, I'm going to figure it out.
And then now it's like you see them covering up their belts where they're pressing the button with their glove because there's a sequence there, and maybe the first button's a fastball, the second, whatever. And sometimes I've heard stories of it takes longer for a guy to press the changeup than it does the fastball because he presses the fastball so much. He knows right where that button is, but the changeup's around the belt. And it takes him a minute, and he's tipping his pitches by where he's pressing the button.
And everybody's they're going to pick that up.
They're going to pick that up. There's guys. Well, I used to just sit there and watch for things. You just pay attention. It's all you got to do is pay attention.
You just relay it.
Baseball's an open book. It's a story every night. If you're on the top step and you're paying half attention, you can find out a lot of things.
Wow, that's good. Yeah. All right, let's get to it. Coming up next, Zach Bayrudi's going to join us, AAA voice of the Sacramento River Cats. Patrick Bailey, what are we in for? He'll tell us next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Be caller 10 to 415-896-KNBR for a chance to win a pair of tickets to see your Giants take on the Pirates Monday, May 29th. First pitch, 2:05. Presented by Toyota, the MVP of MPG. With class-leading MPG and more hybrids than any other brand, Toyota, let's go places.
Your old pal John Lund here, and I used to not be able to see, not 100%, but it was pretty bad where I was going into restaurants and I was that guy, the guy in the corner, he's trying to read his menu, but he's got to put on the flashlight on his phone, and you're always looking for glasses all around the house and all those things. It becomes frustrating and you feel old, which clearly I am not, but Papa kept walking into the studio every day and going, "Look at me, I can see," and I was like, okay. This is enough. What'd you do? And as you've heard him say, went to the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and had what's called CLR. And so did I. It's custom lens replacement. It is awesome. It is easy. It is simple. They explain everything to you, and the procedure just takes minutes. It's Dr. Joe Ling and the incredible team at the Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley. And this is not going too far. This is a life-changing procedure because when you don't need glasses, when you can see, when you don't have to hunt for them all over the house, when you can just look at your phone and see who's calling, ooh, I don't want to talk to that person, you got to be able to see to decline that call. And so that's exactly what you do. All you have to do, by the way, it's a free consultation to start. 877-GET-2020 to schedule your free consultation. That's 877-GET-2020. So what are you waiting for? Or you can visit them online at bayarea2020.com. Go see them. Have the CLR. It is awesome. It is easy, and it is life-changing. The Laser Eye Center of Silicon Valley and Dr. Joe Ling, the incredible team. Call them right now for the free consultation. 877-GET-2020 or online at bayarea2020.com.
Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Patrick Bailey is the top catcher on the board, and he fits a very attractive profile as a switch-hitting backstop who projects to stay there at the next level. The swing is simple and well controlled from both sides of the plate, as he does a really good job at controlling each at-bat and the strike zone, as he rarely strikes out and still manages to hit for a decent amount of power. Defensively, he's stout, locking down the running game with an above-average arm and executing game plans with the pitching staff. Vinny Cervino, perfect game.
All right, Vinny.
So was that when he was drafted out of NC State?
Stout.
Well, I remember, and Zach Rudy is scheduled to join us, which, okay, we got him. I remember when he was drafted, it was like, wait a minute, they already have Joey Bart, then they drafted this kid, and, so he's been on the radar for a while, just like Giants fans. No. And they expect him to be Casey Schmidt, which is not realistic.
He could be.
Which is fine that you started that way, even though people on the text line are like,
I know. I buzzkilled everybody's morning.
Yeah, you did.
Well, I'm not a morning person. I work at night by myself. I live by myself. I do the show from the bunker by myself. This is weird to me talking to another human this early in the morning. So give me a break, damn it.
Somebody get him something. Cocktail, coffee, whatever it's going to take. Zach Rudy is the fine voice of the Rivercats. This is his first year. Johnny Dosko, of course, is with the A's now, and Zach joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It's great to have you. How are you, Zach? There we go. We got you up. Hi, Zach.
How y'all doing? I'm great. How are you guys?
Yeah, we're doing good. First of all, before we get to Patrick Bailey, let's go to Casey Schmidt because he's the big story. Are you surprised that Casey has had this impact this quickly?
No, I just think that his energy was so good when he was in Sacramento. He was performing, obviously. He was hitting over 300, and he was playing flawless defense per usual. And I just think that he has that type of energy that it was going to translate when the time was right. And so it does not surprise me one bit that he's having that impact at the big league level.
How many pitches did he actually take in AAA, Casey Schmidt?
I'll say this. I was talking to a scout about Casey, and, he was saying he's got the ability to be a Gold Glove third baseman for a long time in the big leagues. He goes, my concern is the approach at the plate. He said, I still want to see that approach get better. So if there's one area maybe to watch with Casey, it's the approach at the plate moving forward.
He got a lot of Javi Baez in him. He likes to swing, but he's going to run into a lot of pitches that way. And hopefully he learns to sit on a pitch every once in a while. But here's the thing, Zach, and I found this out with Trey Turner. When he got called up, he just took the world by storm as a young kid at the big league level for the first time. And I talked to the coaches about, he made a base running mistake here. He made did you guys coach him up about? They said, we just stay away from him. We don't want to coach him because he's so free and easy. He's playing the game with such a natural ability that if we start saying, hey, sit on a pitch, be a little more selective, and don't run the bases like that, you can't get picked off, then all of a sudden he starts to think. And then once you start to think as a baseball player, it affects your athletic ability. So they just let him learn on his own. And I'm hoping the same thing is true with Casey. He's a smart kid. And just let him go right now. He's going to make mistakes on the bases. He's going to swing at too many pitches. But let him be, because it's so much fun to watch right now. Just this natural, organic youngster come up to big leagues. I don't even think he knows where he's playing yet. He's just having a good time.
Yeah, and that same scout that I was talking with was telling me that one of the great assets to Casey's game is that he is so free and easy. And it goes, sometimes it's not going to look like textbook and it's not going to look pretty, but he plays the game in his own way, has his own style. And you know what? He is coachable. So if they wanted to, talk with him a little bit about improving here, improving there, give him some pointers, he's going to be willing to take those. And he's very receptive to all that. So I think they got a great one in Casey. I really do.
Zach Bayrudy, he's the voice of the River Cats. All right, Patrick Bailey is coming up. Everybody's buzzing about this, especially on the heels of what the energy that Casey Schmidt has brought. So 14 games at AA this year, and he was very good. Hit .333 with an .881 OPS, and he comes up to AAA this year. He's played in 14 games for you guys there. 51 at bats, .216 with a .670 OPS. But we know with catchers, it's about getting behind the plate, getting the confidence of the pitchers. Before we get into the hitting, which everybody wants to know about, how is he as a catcher?
I think he's really good. I mean, I think he has the rapport with the pitching staff. I think he'll, the throws to second, I think will be something that will be worked on. I think it's going to be a little bit raw at first, but I think the bones are there for him to improve and eventually succeed at the major league level. I'm still absorbing all this. It's surreal that he got called up. I mean, I woke up to the news today, just an hour and a half ago here in Reno. And, it's still kind of, I'm trying to process it and how he'll be at the major league level, because I've only seen him for those 14 games. But I mean, as far as the rapport with his pitching staff, it's great. And, I think defensively back there, he'll be just fine.
So I got home last night after about 5 vodka sodas, and somebody DM me on Instagram that Patrick Bailey's getting called up, like a fan. So it must have been somebody that had the inside from Sacramento that knew him or something. I'm like, oh, all right. So Zach, you've seen him a lot. Is he better right-handed hitter or left-handed hitter? What's his strong side of the plate?
He homered from the left side, I believe, the other night, and here in Reno, and he hit one of the weirdest walk-off hits you'll ever see on Sunday. It was a trickler up the third base line that kicked off the third base bag, but it was good to bring in 2 runs, and that came from the left side. So, I mean, I have such a small sample size, it's really hard for me to say, but I've seen 2 big hits in the last few days come from the left side. So I'll go with that for now.
Again, Patrick Bailey called up by the Giants, Joey Bart with a groin issue, and again, he was a first-round pick in 2020, 13th overall by the Giants. As you point out, throwing the ball has become so much more important. The stolen base numbers are up, and I'm sure that he'll get tested early by teams seeing how he throws the ball. What, like you said, is that a major issue to you, his ability to throw?
I don't think it's a major issue. I just think it's something that's going to improve as he moves forward. I think you don't have that type of prospect status without, like I said, the bones being very good. And I do see it. I do see it coming along. I wish he had a little more time actually at AAA. I'm happy for him that he's getting this call, but with these types of guys, catchers especially, you hope they have enough time to kind of marinate. And when they get up there, they're ready to make that type of big impact defensively. But I think he will be fine. I don't think there's cause for much concern.
Zach, can a catcher get lazy at the AAA level, framing pitches with the automated strike zone?
That's a great question, and I've actually seen catchers still framing at this level because on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday you have the challenge system, so it's still the home plate umpire calling balls and strikes on the weekends. So you can still steal strikes here and there with framing. So I think it's something that's come back with the challenge system being in play. And I think even with the ABS, the automatic balls and strikes, I think you're seeing catchers still aware that they're going to have to at some point frame. And I don't think it's becoming a lost art. I think that was a concern among catchers that I talked to last year, especially ones that were defense first guys that became really good at stealing strikes. And they were worried that the ABS would take that away. But I think with the challenge system now and with that coming back into play, I think catchers are more aware that it's a skill that they'll need to have moving forward. And I don't think they've become lazy. I don't.
Well, if I'm in my car right now and I've never heard of it before, what's the challenge system?
So the challenge system is the home plate umpire calls balls and strikes, and each team gets 3 challenges per game, and they have to be initiated by the pitcher, the catcher, or the batter, and you can't get any help from the dugout. So it has to be an immediate challenge. And so if a hitter's up there and they call a strike, they call a strike on him and he thought it was a ball, he taps his helmet, and then the home plate umpire initiates a challenge, and then they go to an automatic balls and strikes graphic, like a system, like the Hawkeye system, and they show it up on the video board, and everybody can see it, and it looks just like tennis when they review a ball that's on either side of the line in tennis. An animation comes up, you see exactly where the ball is, and if you win the challenge, you keep your challenge, and if you lose your challenge, you lose a challenge. And it kind of keeps that human element of the home plate umpire calling balls and strikes involved, and I actually really like it.
That's what I was just going to ask you. Zach Bayrudy is the voice of the River Cats. Because this has been a debate for a long time, obviously, in baseball, if you could ever challenge balls and strikes, and I just thought it would be a nightmare. But is the system quick? That's all I care about. Is it a quick system?
Yep, it's quick. It's quick, and I like that it keeps people on their toes. I mean, it keeps the hitters in check because, hitters can get upset and they feel like they got hosed on a call, and the home plate umpire might get too liberal with a strike zone, so it keeps them in check too. And I just think that it's a great way to kind of see where guys are wrong in their assessments, and I think it's great for the fans just to actually see the ball, where it is in relation to the strike zone, and to see like how close some of these pitches are. It's pretty incredible.
Man. All right, we got to ask you this question. I don't know that he's close or anything, but beyond Casey Schmidt, the big buzz was Kyle Harrison. And Kyle's 0-2 with a .473, but that doesn't tell the story. He does have 9 starts, but only 26 2/3. He strikes out a ton. We know that, 47. Problem is he walks a batter an inning at 27. So looking at those numbers, even though Giants fans want him to be next, it doesn't seem like he's close based on the fact that you can't walk a batter an inning.
Well, it's an interesting case study with him because they did shave a little bit off of either side of the strike zone coming into the season. So the strike zone got a little bit smaller when you're dealing with the automatic balls and strikes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. He's been kind of a different pitcher when you go to the challenge system on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, because you get some of those calls just on the corners. So walks as a whole, I think when they're using the ABS, I believe as a whole in the PCL, they might be up 20%, but don't quote me on that, but it's something like that. But I think the interesting thing about Harrison is they haven't really pushed him. Like, I feel like, and this is just me talking, but I feel like right now he needs to be 6 innings, 90 pitches, and he hasn't sniffed the 5th inning yet. And I think they're being very, very conservative, and they obviously have their reasons. But, people ask me all the time, like, is he close? Is he going to come up this year, you think? And my answer is I couldn't tell you because I had barely seen him go twice through the order. And I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, FP, but if I'm calling up a starting pitcher of that caliber and I want him to be a front end of the rotation guy, like I think you want to see him go into the 5th and 6th and then kind of face some of that adversity the 2nd and 3rd time through the order. So it's going to be interesting to see how they proceed with him. But I just want to see him get into the 5th and get up to 90 to 100 pitches
and get out of some jams and work through some things and maybe hey, this guy hit this last time, so I'm going to go here to try and get him out next time. And it's the whole evolutionary process. Zach, it sounds like I want to get called up from AAA to the big leagues just because AAA sounds like it's crazy and wild and just off the rails right now. It's like one day it's one strike zone.
What day of the week is it?
Are we challenging today? What day is it? Because in baseball, you don't know what day it is half the time. You're just like, it's another game. It's another day.
I've got at the top of the broadcast, I remind people every game, like, hey, we're on the ABS today or we're in the challenge system today. And, it's just stuff you have to be aware of. But I think, I was ready to crush all these new steps from MLB last year when, I'm kind of a traditionalist and an old school guy. But I think they've done a good job implementing some of these pace of play things and also the balls and strikes. I think the ABS has helped a little bit, but I think the challenge system might be the way forward for Major League Baseball because it appeals to the traditionalists who want to see the human element, and then it appeals to the people that want to see a definitive strike zone.
Hey, before I let you go, Ryan Walker is another guy, 0.89 ERA. Opponents are hitting $138 against this guy in 15 games. I don't know much about him. What do Giants have to look forward to with this guy?
Well, I've been on this guy since the start of the season, and it started when I did a TV game. I worked with Steve Sachs in Sacramento on TV on Saturday, and Walker had a spot start, and Sachs looked at me after he threw one of his sliders, and he was like, I would not want to face this guy. This is an uncomfortable at bat. And the Brian Walker story is cool. He's a 4-year guy out of Wazoo, was drafted in 2018 in the 31st round, kind of a nothing pick. And he started this past offseason doing some – it was either this past offseason or the one before. He started doing some cross-body exercises and some biomechanical work as it pertains to his plant foot, I believe. And he went from a 93 guy to a 95, 97 guy, and he's got a ridiculous slider. He's got a ton of deception, and he actually has started to remind me, and this is a crazy comp maybe to some, but of a Sergio Romo. Like, he looks like Sergio Romo out there at times. He's got a kind of a bigger beard, has that deception, has the sweeping slider. And I'm so excited to see what he's going to do at the big league level. I couldn't believe that he still was not on the 40-man, and I think the Giants are shrewd in giving him a real shot.
Yeah, he's got great numbers. Great stuff. Zach, thank you so much for your time and your insight. We appreciate it, man. We'll talk to you soon.
Thanks, fellas. Appreciate it.
You got it.
He's a good dude, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, I met him in spring training this year, and we hung out a couple of times, and he was giving me tips on how to do play-by-play stuff. I'm a big fan.
Yeah, you can tell he's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a really nice guy.
I hesitate to say this because there's a lot of dumb things in sports. That's the dumbest thing I ever heard of, that based on the day you're doing something. You either have to do it or you don't. Like, you're a baseball player, so I'll defer to you. Maybe I'm 100% crazy off this, but I shouldn't have to think what day it is depending on, okay, now my strike zone's bigger today because it's Tuesday. Like, what the hell is that? That's nuts. I understand you're getting people ready for the majors. You're trying different things. I understand that kind of thing, but you're kidding me? Like, it's Tuesday, so there's an auto ump. Oh, it's Sunday, so I get a challenge pitches. Like, what in the hell? Either do it or don't.
Try it on the minor leaguers. Try it on them. See if it works. I mean, that's what they did with all these new rules they're implementing that we all love all of a sudden. So I guess you got to try it out somewhere.
But were they based on a different day of the week? Like, I don't remember that.
No.
It's like, what are you talking? Like, I always think that whether it's business or sports, that somebody who comes up with that is like the CEO. Because what do we all do? The CEO comes up with some dumb idea, and we go, that's a great idea, boss. Because if somebody like me comes up with that idea, they go, what a jackass you are. We're not going to do a different thing on Sundays and Wednesdays and Thursdays and Tuesdays. It's either we're doing it or we're not. But it's like a guy high up goes, what if we did it this way? And they go, great idea, boss. That's the greatest idea I've ever heard. Like, that doesn't sound logical at all.
So what if you're an umpire and you never get to call strikes, and then you get called up to the big leagues and you have home plate? There was a guy in Arizona, I think, that was a younger umpire, and if you're a AAA guy in the PCL, it's an automated strike zone, and now you have to have a strike zone at the highest level in front of 30,000 people. And I just stand back there, and like the buzzer hits me, and strike.
Well, and
you're probably doing it in your head the whole game anyhow.
But okay, Kyle Harrison, he's a very, very valuable prospect for the Giants, and he's got to remember what day it is. And then I've never heard of this. You probably knew this. I didn't. So one of the reasons why his walks are so high is because there's a different strike zone for different days, and on those days that it's automated, they're pressing his strike zone.
I talked to Brett Wisely when he got called up, and I was like, "Hey, how's it going?" He goes, "Well, the strike zone's a little big up here." And I said, "Big?" He goes, "Yeah, they have that automated strike zone in AAA, and we just go auto take. We just take them." He goes, "We're 2-0 every
AAA.
We're 2-0 every at bat." He goes, you just take pitches because the strike zone's so small. But how's that teaching guys how to hit at this level? And it was the opposite back in the day. The AAA strike zone was big, and you got to the big leagues, and it was small, and now it's the opposite. So I don't know. I don't know how good this is for everybody. I think everything's got to be consistent.
Right. And I guess they'd probably say, well, good, but if you're Kyle Harrison, you're not learning the true art of what it's going to be at the next level. So then he comes up, right? We're all expecting something, and he's got to put the ball more in the zone because you don't want against major leaguers. Oh, it's a really tight zone at AAA, so I got to hit the zone more. Now he's pounding the zone too much, and he's too much in the middle of the plate because he learned at the AAA level that it's a small strike zone.
That's a good point, man.
Like, how screwed up is that?
Doesn't sound right.
It's not. Do that at A ball because then they still have other levels. But now this kid's these kids are a step away from coming to the big leagues, and you're teaching them a totally different way to play. The intricacies of the game are different.
Bump his starts to weekends only.
Oh, man. Exactly.
Are we streaming on weekends only?
Oh, my God. Anyway, whatever. All right. You have the insight into Patrick Bailey. You got this new pitcher that's got ridiculous numbers that he likes. Got some insight into that. Hit us up on the text line. Give us your thoughts as well. We'll talk baseball with Bags at about 11:30 at the major league level, which we were just kind of in between there. But Bags joins us at 11:30. FP is in for Papa. It's a Friday only here on the Sports Leader.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Some low back tightness. I don't have much more for you yet. I haven't gone into the training room yet.
Can you tell that there was something a little off with him that inning, especially after the first three and how well he threw?
I didn't know that there was anything off physically with him, but Bales felt like it was a good idea to go make a mound visit, and obviously went out there and noticed the stiffness. We got him out of there.
I'm just a tool, drinking coffee, doing a radio show.
FP is in for a pop today. Remember, we're on the stream at KNBR.com, the KNBR app on YouTube and Twitch. I have not mentioned this because we just had Zach Bay-Rudy on. We were just talking about some minor leaguers, and we'll recap that for you if you missed, but then he brought up a couple of things that they're doing at the AAA level that is going to it's important for fans to know this stuff, so we'll get into that in just a second. But if you're watching online, so it's kind of plain in the studio, plain Jane, but that's how the tech guys wanted it. We said, don't you want to fancy it up? They're like, nope, we want it plain. It's how we like it. So we said, that's fine. But then Paulie Mack put this thing behind him, and he and Murph kind of decorated the place a little bit, kind of like a college dorm room. But then it says Paul Mack behind him, and then you just changed it. You did a great job. You're FP, Frank Paul, so you put a Frank over the Paul, and you covered the Mack.
Yeah.
Looks good.
Looks like Wayne's World. So we're doing a Wayne. You get your hat on backwards. It's Wayne's World here at KNBR.
This is my Friday thing, and I thought you were definitely going to have a hat because I've seen you, but I forgot. You get fancied up.
I'm excited. I'm prime time today, baby. I got up and took a shower for you.
I should have done the same. I did take a shower. I just decided hat.
Scrub my ass and everything. I'm ready. I'm ready to go till 2 p.m.
I know, it's nice, right? Then you're
go.
done. Happy hour is only an hour from that point, and you're off and running.
Let's go. Friday night,
it's the
baby.
Greatest. It is. I'm not going to tell anybody this because management right now is like, well, why do we even pay you? First of all, you don't, barely. And then, but 10 to 2 is a good shift.
It's a good shift,
Because the mornings, I did mornings for years. You don't have to get up early. You're not tired all the time and cranky like the morning guys. And you don't have to go too late in the day. Perfect for us because, like I said, an hour, we can walk to a place at 3 o'clock, generally happy hour starts. You're good. Still got a couple hours. You can get home at a decent time. Still have some dinner. I mean, it works out perfectly. Get a sleep in a little bit.
You know how many times I've said, well, I have to work till 10. You want to meet me for a drink at like 10:15? Oh, no, that's way too late. That's why I live by myself, John.
You get to a certain age, it's like, dude, I'm in bed at 10:15.
Come on, let's meet for a drink at 10. Wait, no, I got to do the Giants postgame. I'll be done at midnight. You want to meet for a drink? And this town closes at 10 o'clock. What the hell?
Any other big city, they're like, yeah, that's when I start going out.
I have dinner reservations at midnight. I'll meet you at wherever. Catch. Yeah. Okay, in New York.
Yeah.
Here. Why does San Francisco close so early?
That's a great question.
Is it because like the zombies will get you? Is that it? Yeah, the zombies are out there, and then we got to close at 10 or else the zombies will break our windows.
When I first moved here, I was living in the city and the same thing. I was like, doesn't anybody go out? Like all of a sudden people are like, they're giving the last call at like midnight. And where am I? Salt Lake City? I mean, what's going on?
That's what I said. I work till 10. It's not that late. Let's meet for a drink at like 10:15. I'll scoot out of here. I got my scooter. I can meet you anywhere.
There's only like 5 places that serve food after 10.
Well, nothing's open and it's late. Exactly. And I got to work it tomorrow morning. So, yeah, you do have a good shift is the point of me whining right now.
Works out.
I love the night.
All right, it is Pop and Lund. FP is in on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the Sports Leader, Cumulus Media Station. Andrew Baggerlead to join us at 11:30, and we'll talk Andrew Bailey with him, the new catcher that is coming up. Great looking young prospect as far as the numbers pitching-wise. So we'll get more into that, and, of course, after the sweep against the Phillies. But so we're getting into this with Zach. We're talking about this. So different pitching days means different umpires, all these screwy things that are going on. And then one thing he dropped that we didn't get into last segment that I need to ask you about is, because I hope this doesn't come up to the major league level. So what he was saying was, I've never thought they should challenge balls and strikes, but he's saying you can challenge balls and strikes, and it doesn't go to a monitor, and it's not up to the team to do this. It's up to the individual player, which I'm sure the Giants would absolutely hate. There will be no individuals. We will make the calls. The computer will tell us the way. So a guy taps the top of his helmet to dispute a ball, or not a ball. He would be fine with the ball. To dispute a strike, and you can do that 3 times in a game, and if you win it, you get it back. So first of all, the time element that is concerned, because nothing is very fast in these situations. But how much would it drive a team crazy that a guy like me who would bitch and moan at every third strike would be tapping his helmet all the time? Like the NBA, when Draymond Green commits a foul, he's spinning his finger to have them look at it. And Steve Kerr's probably told him 100 times, we're not doing that in the first half. We're not doing that in the third quarter. If it's late, we'll do it then. But you can't keep touching your helmet every time you strike out.
If I'm the manager, I have a meeting. If you guys keep tapping your helmets after every freaking pitch, you're going to be sitting next to me the next game. I'm sick of you guys tapping your helmets and whining after every pitch. And it's like, oh, here's John again. Watch John. He's going to tap his pitch. He's going to tap his helmet every pitch. This guy, watch. You're on the bench going, watch John. He complains about every call. And then if you saw us during the streaming and the break, John and I are both hitting our heads the whole break because we're explaining this to each other. Like, you'd have to have like speeches and talks with your kids about like, hey, it's got to be a big situation. Right. And if you tap your freaking helmet in the first inning, the first pitch, like, no, because we only get a couple of these. So from the 7th inning on is the only time you can tap your helmet if it's a close game.
Yeah.
But you can't be the dude that taps your helmet after every pitch because you know there's that guy on every team that's just like banging himself in the head. No, just, the guy that looks back. Nobody in the NBA ever committed a foul. Ever. And there's a lot of guys in the big leagues that never took a pitch that wasn't a strike.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
No, so how does that, by the way, how does that work with an umpire? Like, so let's say you didn't like a pitch, and I'm talking before you could tap your head. So in the minors. So if you turned to a guy and you didn't like a pitch, did you have a relationship with an umpire where you could turn to him, or some umpires where you could turn to him and go, will you check that? Will umpires actually check a pitch, and will they apologize? Or a lot of times, or would you go, I don't know if you can do this anymore, but could you go back and look at a pitch and say, by the way, that was a ball, you owe me one?
It's just that like? It depends on who you are, and oddly enough, it depends on your name. It depends on what you're hitting at the time. Joe West told me one day, you're hitting 240, you can't complain about that pitch. In the middle of an at-bat.
Wow.
So there's a way to do it, and Jeff Kent was the best. So umpires, it's all about body language. It's not necessarily the guy behind the plate. It's the other three guys in the field that are looking at you as a hitter.
Don't show
them
up.
So if you go Gumby shoulders and just sit there and go after a pitch, they see that, and you're showing up the home plate umpire. If you actually turn around to him and talk to him, you're showing him up. So there's a way to do it where you just kind of like, Jeff Kent would just kind of fix the dirt with his cleat and just rip the guy a new one, looking straight at the dirt. Are you effing kidding me? That ball's not even effing close. If you call that again, and he would just like go off into the dirt. Nobody in the ballpark knew what was going on. So there's a way to go about it where like, I would say things like, is that as far outside as we're going today, but looking straight down. So do I have to cover that pitch? Is that as far in as we're going? Hey, John, is that the top of the zone? And he would just say, you're kind of questioning the call without questioning it, but in a polite way where you're not showing him up. But if you turn toward the guy, that's showing him up. If you have any sort of body language as a rookie or a younger player, that's showing him up. And this is before the box. Now they get graded.
Right.
Before the box, those guys could do whatever they wanted. They make your life miserable if you showed them up. And there was one time on a 3-2 pitch as a rookie, I ran out to first base too soon on the call, and they struck me out, and I was like 4 steps down the line. I took my helmet, threw it down the turf. It bounced up in the air. And I'm trying to think of the guy's name. He followed me all the way out to center field and told me, like, if you turn around, I'm throwing you out of the game. Please turn around. I'm going to throw you out of the game. So some of the veterans grabbed me after the game and they said, dude, you can't show these guys up. And David Segui said, go knock on their door in the umpire's locker room tomorrow before the game and apologize, or else every pitch is going to be called a strike on you the rest of the series. And maybe the rest of the year, because they talk on the phone. They have conference calls. And they're like, what do you got on Santangelo? Like, he's a jerk, and he showed me up. And then now you have a reputation. So I went in there the next day, and I'm trying to think of the umpire's name. And I'm drawing a blank on it right now because, like I said, I'm not used to working the daytime. And I went into the umpire's room. I say, hey, my bad last night, you guys. That's not me. I just lost my temper right there, and I apologize to you guys. I shouldn't have done that. I showed you. You're better than that. Like, and then they were fine, and that was it. So, yeah, they can make your life miserable. Or back in the day, they could. Now, not so much because they get graded and they have the box, and they can't really. I mean, I saw Joe West one time show both of his hands out to the side to the pitcher because he was showing him up on the mound with bad body language. And he put his hands in his back pockets. Like, I'm not going to call a strike. And he was throwing them right down the middle. He's like, ball.
No way.
Yeah. But now, I mean, you can't do that anymore.
Right.
And umpires don't have that sort of, well, I guess they do. I saw Alfonso Marquez throw out the kid from Arizona the other day for clapping in the dugout.
Yeah.
I guess he was showing him up. I don't know.
No, but this is just part of all the unwritten rules stuff. But here was the other thing, too. So if this, I don't think this is ever going to get to the major leagues. maybe it will. Maybe Major League Baseball is so drunk on the fact that these rules worked, right? That they're just like, woohoo, we're on a roll, and they're going to just put them all in. Because, look, I was not a proponent just for the mere fact that I hated a clock in baseball, that baseball was the only sport that didn't have a clock, and I liked that. And then so blindly I was just like, I'm not going to like this. And then I started watching, and then especially when you go to games, and it moves along quickly, and it's not really, to me, in the way too much until, they show it on the board sometimes in the graphics, but it's not too bad. So I like it. I like that it's moving along. I just hope they don't say, well, those worked, and everybody's giving us all this applause and all this praise, and now let's get, strikes back, let's challenge strikes, or that thing they're doing in AAA where it's like depending on the day, it's an automated umpire depending on the day, it's a wider strike zone. Like, that's dangerous because, as you pointed this out, guys come up from the minors and they think, well, it's a 2-0 count right away because it's such a tight strike zone. Or Kyle Harrison, we look at his numbers and we see in 26 1/3, he's walked 27. Well, he's not ready. Well, then when he comes up, just based on what he's done at AAA, he's going to get too much of the plate on him, and he throws what does he throw? 96? That's great, but you could hit 96 right now.
I couldn't.
You couldn't?
No.
Well, could you?
I couldn't hit
86?
No, I couldn't hit 66 right now. I couldn't.
You screwed up my point.
No. You made a good point about
most guys are going to be able to hit 96 right down the middle, and he's got to come in too much. Right.
Part of the minor leagues is development, and you're developing guys to become major league products that help you win games. And every win at the major league level is huge. So now if I want to develop a pitcher and he's got fluctuating strike zones and rules, that's tough for his development. And so if I'm a big league GM or I'm going to say something about the rules in AAA if it's affecting the development of my players. If my guys aren't learning the strike zone as hitters because it's so small and they can take pitches, get into advantageous counts where 1-0 is 0-1 in the big leagues, and now you've trained yourself to be super patient and super selective to a fault where you're just not swinging because you know you can get into a good count, not actually having a game plan if it's the first. Everybody says the A's take pitches and they try to walk. No. Their theory is you look for one pitch in one spot, and if it's the first pitch, it's the first pitch. If it's the 10th pitch, it's the 10th pitch, and you get off your A swing on your A pitch. So along those lines, if I can go to AAA like I've been told by some players and just automatically take and not even think about swinging and be 1-0 almost every at-bat, that's 0-1 and 1-0. 1-0 is my favorite count to hit in because I knew I was getting a strike because you don't want to go 2-0, and it's usually a fastball count. So if I can go up there and just take and get to 1-0, my average probably goes from, 0-1 is probably like in the high 100s, low 200s, and 1-0 is probably like in the high, probably 300 or above. Like, it's a big difference in counts, like 2-1 versus 1-2. So if you can get into those high leverage counts based on a small automated strike zone and you kind of manipulate the system, which we all do, it's Darwinism, you're trying to get to the big leagues and survive, then you're going to do that. But how does that develop you as a hitter at the next level? How does that develop you as a pitcher to be a productive major leaguer at the next level?
Well, and here's the thing, too, is I think from a fan standpoint, the reason we got into this whole thing and FP's in for Pop today is that Patrick Bailey's coming up and everybody's all excited and Casey Schmidt's coming up. It kind of changes everything you feel about these guys coming up. In other words, Patrick Bailey's hitting .216. I know batting average doesn't matter as much anymore, but if you're starting 2-0, in a hitter's league, shouldn't you be doing more than that? And if we've talked so much about Kyle Harrison, and one of the reasons why I was always like, let's bring Kyle Harrison up. Well, he's walked 27 and 26 1/3. Well, that kind of changes things when you look at the way that the system that he is under, only one step away from the major leagues. You want to do that in A-ball? Fine. But tomorrow, Kyle Harrison could be up here and he's basing it on because it's a Tuesday versus it's a Sunday. Oh, yeah, I'm in the majors. Now my strike zone is different.
Dominating the strike zone, owning the strike zone, whether you're a pitcher or a hitter, is huge in your development process. In owning the strike zone. And if the strike zone is fluctuating and the strike zone is different in the big leagues than it is in the minor leagues, how can you develop that? Like, you want to command the strike zone as a pitcher. I want to command the strike zone as a hitter. When I walk into the batter's box, that's my real estate, baby. And I'm here, and this is me, and I'm owning it. And I own the strike zone. I own everything. And if you can just go up there and take and be passive, and so there's sometimes you go up there as a hitter and you're like, I'm taking a pitch. But if you just get into a habit of the strike zone's, the size of a shoebox, I could just be 1-0 every time. That's not developing you as a hitter, I don't think.
Well, and here's the thing too. Let's bring Casey Schmidt aboard here. It even makes it more amazing that Casey Schmidt doesn't walk because down at the AAA level.
Well, maybe that's where he learned how to swing like Javi Baez at every pitch. I don't know. I mean, I like that he's aggressive.
I do, but down there he could have walked a bunch, but he still didn't. So I mean, he obviously that tells you even more that he likes to swing a lot. Plus, isn't a strike zone kind of instinctual? Like you've got to adjust to each umpire every night. I understand that part of it. But you know in your head, like you see a pitch coming, whether it's a ball or a strike. Well, if there's this tiny strike zone and then you come to the major leagues and it's totally different, you've got to relearn the strike zone, which is difficult to do, isn't it?
I never let an umpire dictate my game plan. There's 2 counts to hit in, 2 strikes and less than 2 strikes. So when you're less than 2 strikes, I'm looking for 1 pitch in 1 spot, ideally. And I have a plan. I'm looking down away. I'm going to drive it through the shortstop's chest. I'm going to hit the left center field wall. If I'm left-handed, that's my game plan. And then with 2 strikes, you just fight. You battle. So, yeah, I mean, I don't know. I got to go see it. Because I was like you. I poo-pooed you. If you guys heard me at night when all these new rules came out, I was like, oh, my God, this is terrible. They're going to ruin baseball. And now I love it.
Pitch clock?
I love everything about every rule. The only thing I don't like and I tweak a little bit is the cleats on the dirt. If you got a good arm at shortstop and I can play 2 or 3 steps on the outfield grass, and if Casey Schmidt is playing short, he should be able to move back on the grass to have more range because he's got the arm to do so. I mean, the only reason I would ever play on the dirt is because I didn't have the arm to get it over there. But if you do have an arm, you're getting penalized for having a good arm now. You should be able to go on the grass 2 steps or something if you're an infielder. I don't like that rule. And then the thing about playing up the middle, they got to draw lines because it's from the corner of the back. Guys are, I mean, the games I'm doing,
a lot more guys.
I wanted to tell Gabe the other day, I forget, it was in Houston, and I think it was Mauricio. He was playing right at the damn middle. And nobody's saying anything.
Because the view from the camera, that's funny that you say that, and I forgot to mention it. I'm seeing more and more guys in the shot now and moved over like they were. And I was actually talking to my kid who's a big baseball fan, and we were looking, and I go, aren't they just basically where they were? And it seems like they're doing that they're waiting until an umpire tells them, and you haven't seen it yet. So
yeah, J.D. Davis hit 2 absolute P-rods up the middle, and Mauricio was on the shortstop side of second base as the second baseman for the Astros. There's no way if you're playing by the rules it goes for those of you who don't know, it's the corner of second base kind of diagonally out, and it's an imaginary line. I think they got to chalk them.
I would agree because one of the reasons I got behind this, and I was never a believer in, I was always like, well, that's just too bad. You got to learn a different way to hit, which what do I know? But I remember Buster Posey one time, I think it was at FanFest a couple of years ago, and he said, a ball up the middle, because it's what you're talking about. Your whole life, it's like ball up the middle's a hit, ball up the middle's a hit, ball up the middle's a hit. So he was saying, look, I want the ball up the middle to it needs to be a hit. That's the way you're taught, blah, blah, blah. And I said, you're right. A ball up the middle is not a hit. It's not a hit in the league right now. So,
it should be. Well, there's a lot of ground balls. I think
but a guy standing right there is what I'm saying. It's not even a hard play.
Left-handed pull hitters that hit the ball on the ground this year, their average is 82 points higher than it was last year. If you pull the ball as a left-hander, right? There's hits now. I love that there's hits on the ground. I love that if you get on top of the baseball and hit a low-line drive somewhere, you're rewarded for it. Man, maybe you mishit it on the ground 100 miles an hour, it's a base hit. And a guy goes first to third. And you can use the hole now that when a first baseman's holding the runner on, there's a hole there again. So, yeah, it's cool.
Yeah, I like it. I like that rule. The whole point of the rule, I think, is that so that not everybody is just swinging from their ass and trying to hit a home run, that we can actually get the ball in play. So the left-handed hitter is getting that through the right side, but the right-handed hitter is not getting the ball up the middle. Because if I'm a shortstop, I'm doing the same thing. Or if I'm a second baseman, I'm doing the same thing. I'm going to get as far over as I can until they tell me I can't.
They throw a flag and say, encroachment on the defense. You know what you don't realize is how big the bases are. And I was watching the game.
Oh, my God.
Because they're in the ground, right? And the other day, the grounds crew for the Giants was changing bases in the middle of the game, and one of the female members of the grounds crew was running off with a base, and it was bigger than she was. I was like, oh, my God, these bases are huge.
On opening day, I realized that because we were down on the field, and we were rocking around, and we were by the dugout and the third base, and they were putting the bags in, and I was like, oh, my God. Same thing. It was because it was someone putting it in the ground.
They're huge.
Like, my goodness, man.
They're huge.
Yeah. All right. Andrew Bagley's going to join us. We're going to do some Giants talk at 11:30. Pop is out today. FP is in from the night to the day crew. It's taking him a minute. He's doing just fine. It's Pop with FP only here on the Sports Leader.
what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Levi's Stadium expected to host the 2026 Super Bowl. Hey, party at Levi's Stadium. They're hosting the Super Bowl. That is awesome. That story more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcast. We are the sports leader.
Do you like pina coladas? Or getting lost in the rain? You like making love at midnight, John?
Oh, very nice. Very nice. Pop will be back on Monday. FP is here today.
But this song's about what? This guy takes out an ad in the paper, a dating ad, and then he finds somebody they meet, and it's the girl he's dating, right? Or the girl that he broke up with or something like that.
You like making love at midnight, John?
Like the song is he's reading.
Yeah, it's a sad song.
Remember when he used to take out ads in the paper to there was no dating apps?
Yeah.
And then he meets with the girl that he's dating.
His girlfriend or his wife or whoever.
Something like that.
Yeah, it's kind of like they're both cheating on each other.
Yeah.
But then they reconcile. Like if you
they have an open relationship.
Since we're on this topic, I don't think we've ever had this conversation, but we play that song often on the show. If you were dating someone and then you showed up and you were going to go cheat on them and then it was them, wouldn't that be the end of the relationship? Because the trust is broken. But this ends up, I believe, in a happy place, and they go off on whatever.
Not if you like pina coladas.
I guess not.
They're getting lost in the rain.
They're a little too heavy for me. Like if I go on a vacation, I might have one just in the spirit of it, but they're too heavy.
What's that one? I always just think that one line said, "In the douche of a cape," whatever it is.
Now we're gonna have to play it again.
You got to play it. I never knew the words
Danny's
to this
very
song.
upset
If
now.
you like pina coladas,
I don't think that's the word.
in the douche of a cape or something like that. I don't know.
That's always a fun game to play, right? The song, what you think it means, and then what it actually is.
No, but then if you're both cheating, doesn't that nullify it?
No.
It
means trust is broken and it's over. I mean, you're a much better looking guy than me, so you probably do the breaking up versus getting broken up with. I've gotten broken up with a lot. Oh, hang on a minute. We'll talk about this in a second.
Right here.
In the dunes of the Cape.
Oh, sorry.
Like, Cape,
I thought
right?
it was the
dunes
douche.
of the Cape.
Okay.
No, but it's just, I've been broke many times, and it's like, they always say, the trust is broken. The trust is broken.
Maybe you both realize at the same time that your relationship needs a pina colada, and you ride off into the douche of a cape.
Whatever you need.
Happily ever after, and you realize that we need to make adjustments, John.
Yeah, I think the trust is broken, and it's over. That's what I got out of that. But
Yeah.
no, that's not how the song goes. The song goes, they basically ride off into the sunset together, and everything's great.
Get all sandy in the
Yeah.
dunes of the Cape.
Yeah, the dunes of the Cape.
After they have too many pina coladas
Right.
and make bad decisions.
Yeah.
Sounds like a good date to me.
I don't know who has too many pina coladas because you can only have one.
Yeah, because it's too sweet.
Like deep dish pizza. It's just too heavy.
Bad hangover.
Yeah.
Too much sugar.
Yeah.
And you have to have one when you're, in a tropical vacation.
Right. If you go on a tropical vacation, maybe one.
With a floater on top. They got to do a floater.
Oh, yeah.
No,
the dark rum, you mean?
Yeah, floater on top.
Absolutely.
For sure.
Yeah, you do that. You do one, though.
Yeah.
And then after that, it's like, come on, man. You
When
keep
you're in
drinking
Hawaii.
you do one.
At the White Lotus.
Right.
You're staying at the White
Good
Lotus.
call.
Yeah.
Yeah, they put a lei around your neck. You drink one. You take a picture with it, and you throw half of it out.
Season 2, way better than season 1, by the way.
Absolutely.
White Lotus is
Very good.
everything.
Andrew Bagley's going to join us in a few minutes. Since we have a moment, I think you read the promo for this. It looks like the Niners are going to get Super Bowl 60, which is awesome.
Super Bowl 60. I just felt old.
Super Bowl 50 they did have between the Panthers and the Broncos. And the only problem, and this is every city, by the way, because people are going to, you get the Super Bowl, then people start complaining about you. You have a convention center, the Moscone Center is in San Francisco, the game's in Santa Clara. You have to go back and forth. We know what the traffic's like, but it's like that everywhere. Like I already read that. In LA, the city is not, the convention center's in LA, the stadium's way away. In Miami, it's ridiculous. The convention center's Miami Beach. You go all the way out to the stadium. Yeah, I mean, it's just every city except for basically New Orleans. Like San Diego's like that, but we don't have San Diego anymore. New Orleans is really the only one that is different than that. So everyone's going to complain about San Francisco again, and it's too far, and there's too much traffic. Every major city that has the Super Bowl is like that. We don't have it anymore in, small cities. It's always in a major city.
We got 3 years to clean some stuff up, is all I know.
Yeah, it's great.
If the whole world's coming here in 3 years, we got to figure this out.
That's a great
and
point.
that's as political as I'll ever get on a radio
No, it's
show.
true.
We got 3 years.
Yeah. It's a lot different than Super Bowl 50. What are we, like 7-8 years away from that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a lot, the landscape, you're right. I didn't even think about that part of it.
Yeah.
And then the other thing I'll say is everyone complains about Levi Stadium. My God, man.
Why?
I don't know.
Well, here's the thing. I went to it when it first opened with my son. We went to the Niners game, and everybody left at halftime and forgot to come back.
Right. That's
but
what
now, though, I went to the Cowboys playoff
If you
game.
win,
it is
fine.
rocking,
Yeah,
dude. It's a different place.
It's about, as you well know, it's about winning.
It's about
so
winning.
if you're winning, the place is rocking. What every stadium, the mistake, but it's not a mistake because they want to make money. What every stadium does now, and it doesn't matter if it's baseball, football, whatever, what every new stadium does is they build it so nice away from the game. So in other words, you go into a Niners game and there's all these different places you can go and suites you can go and things you can do, and they can vacuum money like a gigantic vacuum out of your pocket. That's what they do. So what happens is the third quarter, you do a scan. Hey, welcome back to the third quarter. The 49ers lead the Packers 27-19. That's not Papa's voice. That's like a national guy. And there's too much to do. There's a big party. Like if I go down to Sharks games, there's a big bar underneath, and all of a sudden it's middle of the third period, and the game's almost over, and I'm like, damn, there's just too much to do. Like
right.
At Levi Stadium, there's a ton to do. At Oracle Park, there's a ton to do. You walk around, there's different things to do. I can't get into the great places like you can, like at the Gotham Club or something. But I mean, it's like it's so fun that you almost forget, like, oh damn, there's a game going on. I need to go back to my seat.
Yeah, I mean, the green lot's what's up, which I just found out this year since I moved back here. Like the green lot, I didn't even want to go in the game. I was like, this is awesome.
It is. It's
a little
incredible.
Dangerous at times. Kind of dangerous.
The edge is
but
nice.
It's fun.
Yeah.
You're living on the edge a little bit, and you just bounce around to different tents, and it's, oh boy. The green lot is definitely what's up. Seriously.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying.
But here's the thing, though.
Give it a
Like,
good
while we're
time.
on it, like, I don't know how people get so trashed that they spend all this money on a game and they go in, they can't even remember the game. There's people in the green lot that were stumbling into the Niners game, a playoff game against the Cowboys. And by the way, Niners fans were awesome, and Cowboys fans were too. They were all getting along. It was kumbaya. Maybe everybody was taking shrooms together in the green lot. I don't know, but everybody was just like, good luck in the game.
I know one thing
good luck in the game.
Green that helps people.
It wasn't contentious.
Relax.
Oh, yeah, you could contest.
That's the green lot.
It's like going to the Warriors
Yes.
Parade last year. I got high just standing there. It's a good vibe. I mean, and everybody's having a good time, and yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun.
That's what I mean. Sometimes you just hit it around the head. Sometimes you forget that there's a game going on, and it's either, like you said, man-made or it's self-made within the stadium, and they're all so good now that they want you to go out there and they want you to cheer and they want you to be loud. But then again, they also, if you're just sitting in your seat, you're not spending any money, and they want you to spend money too. So
just win, baby. That's all you got to do.
That's all. All right, let's talk to Bags coming up next. Obviously, Patrick Bailey is the big story. We'll ask Bags about that. There's a reliever coming up that you need to know about. And the bigger picture to everything is they just swept the Phillies and did a lot of things right. Can that continue? We'll ask Bags about it next on eSports Leader.
bases are bigger, but our bags stays the same. Andrew Baggerly covers the Giants for The Athletic, and he's on with Papa and Lund. Now on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
I do think that the dry spell is over. You mentioned the guys, Fitzgerald and Harrison and Patrick Bailey is another guy who's is coming fast. So when it starts to come and everybody starts to develop and they start to get energy, everybody down there starts getting more incentive because the guys are getting called up, and it's really healthy for your organization to pull from within. So, as far as I'm concerned, Farhan could do no wrong. What I've watched him do in 5 years and how he's built this franchise from down below up to now, it's a little later than he would have liked to see some of the contribution come out of the minor leagues. But I do think this is the beginning, and what he's done in his career here has been impressive in my eyes.
That's Mike Kirko talking about calling guys up. If you did not know, Casey Schmidt has been a shot in the arm for the Giants, certainly, but now Patrick Bailey is on his way up with an injury to Joey Bart. So let's get into all those things. And coming off a sweep against the Phillies, Marlins in town, Andrew Baggerly. We love talking to him each Friday at Extra Bags. Make sure you're reading all his great stuff in The Athletic, and he joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. What's happening? How are you?
Hey, quite a bit happening, huh?
I know. Let's start here, and we'll get into Bailey in a second. Just you're at all these games. I mean, just the energy level that Casey Schmidt has brought to the Giants. What has that been like?
Oh, I think it's been pretty palpable, not only in the clubhouse, but in the stands, too. I mean, he's getting a pretty good ovation, probably the loudest on the team when he steps to the plate right now, and I think that just kind of underscores that Giants fans have been really thirsty to get some people from the minor leagues that they can root for and they can excite them and get behind and maybe go buy a jersey or do whatever. So no question. Then when you see him make throws that are registering as the hardest throws an infielders made in the major leagues all season, when you see the fact that he can really let it loose on the bases and score from first base. We saw that in spring training too, and that's the part that surprised me the most. I didn't know that he had the wheels that he has. So, when you've got a team that's a little more static, a little more station outside of maybe Tyro Estrada, and then you inject that kind of element in, where you just see a guy tear around the bases or make an athletic play or make a really, really hard throw that shows elite arm strength. It's like, okay, you know that he's going to be challenged at times at the plate. There's going to be bumps along the way as he's learning how to face major league pitching. He's not necessarily going to light the world on fire every series, but those kinds of skills, those don't slump. Those will play every day, and I think that's one of the reasons the Giants are so excited that he's part of things now in the big leagues.
It's so pure, Bags. It's so organic right now. He's just playing baseball. Like he's a ball player and maybe doesn't even know where he is, and he's just having a good time and enjoying everything. I had him in the bunker after the game the other night, and I was like, what was the celebration like in the clubhouse after your first big league hit? And he was talking about the strobe lights and the foggers and how he had seen him on Instagram when Michael Conforto did that, and then he got to live it for himself. But as a rookie coming, it makes you as a veteran. Sometimes it gets business-like, Bags, and all of a sudden we get into our routine as older players, and we come to the yard and we put our uniform on, we go into the training room, we go hit the tee, and it becomes kind of a job, even though we have the best job in the world. And all of a sudden this kid comes up, and you start to see the game vicariously through this kid's eyes and how excited he is about everything. And I feel like, and maybe I'm wrong, that he's given this team some life and some energy just by them going like, look at this silly kid over here that's just having fun playing baseball. And that takes me back to when I was younger and having fun playing baseball.
Yeah, I think you nailed it. And that's I really got a sense for that in spring training too. And I wrote a piece about him toward the end of spring. And I think it was like, hey, look, meet Casey Schmidt, who's quickly becoming everyone's new favorite teammate. And that's kind of his thing. He's just sort of gregarious and plays with that sort of youthful spirit. And, just a very small little funny story that Will Wilson told me. He's a double-A, and Schmidt was 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts, and they're in the dugout, and Wilson looks over and he's eating an ice cream sandwich in the middle of a game. I guess he went down to the clubhouse. He's like, I just struck out twice. I'm just going to go crush an ice cream sandwich and just enjoy that in the dugout. And it's like, you don't really see people do that. But and then I said, well, how'd the rest of the game go? And he said, well, yeah, I got 2 more hits, so that was good. So that's kind of it. It's he's just sort of putting himself out there and having fun, and that's important. I flash back to something Mike Yastrzemski said earlier this season after Blake Sable hit his first homer, and he's like, you know what? I think I almost appreciate those moments now because they remind you of when you had all those firsts and when you had all those sort of bundles of energy and electricity going through your system, thinking that you just achieved something that you've worked so hard to do. And when you get to relive that through a teammate or sort of grasp onto some of their energy, it really does it does act kind of like a tide that lifts everybody's boat a little bit.
And a lot of people are saying call everybody up, Bags, but I feel like this whole Casey Schmidt thing is great because he's performing so well. If he was 0 for 20 right now, it wouldn't be the same. So, not to put the weight of the world on this kid's shoulders, but man, he's played so well. But not everybody's going to get called up and hit 500 their first week of the season. And I feel like it's kind of dangerous to get into that trap where call everybody up from AAA. They're all going to be like Casey Schmidt.
Oh, yeah, no question. I mean, even you can look at guys who've had massively successful big league careers. I mean, didn't Willie Mays start 0 for 15 or something? And, Matt Williams, his rookie year, hit under the Mendoza line. So, and he got sent back to the minors. So, yeah, it's rare for someone to really just come out of the gates and be sort of fully formed and ready to attack and succeed against Major League pitching. And even when they do, then you see the league adjust really, really quickly to them, and then you find out how quickly they can adjust back. So there will be some struggle for Casey Schmidt at the plate this season. There's no question. There will be some times when he slumps and maybe he's challenged to expand the zone a little bit, and pitchers are going to try to find different ways to attack him, whether it's pounding him in or then just trying to go away and go a little further away after maybe moving him off the plate. So it's going to be a journey, no question. But again, those skills that I think will make the team better on a daily basis are those defensive skills, and those are pretty undeniable at this point.
No doubt. Andrew Bagley joining us as he does every Friday. He's got a great piece, as always, in the Athletic Giants. President Farhan Zaidi on player development, draft strategy, and roster diversity. And as we're kind of talking about here, where they're bringing these guys up, and I think that in the situation now that we're looking at Patrick Bailey, 14 at AA, 14 at AAA. It's not like he's tearing the cover off the ball, which isn't really the point. I think he's going to come up here and try to be a better catcher. But this is out of necessity, right? I mean, we've talked about the catching situation. This isn't because he's performing so well or doesn't need more time at AAA, which I think he probably does, but he's got to come up here out of necessity, and that's different.
Well, I think it's a little of both. I mean, there is a need, no question. I think Joey Bart tried to play through this groin injury, and obviously it's to the point where he needs to call timeout. And I think that's one of the reasons that, they were criticized pretty roundly and fairly, I would say, for not creating more depth at the catching position or at shortstop behind Brendan Crawford or in center field when Mike Yastrzemski went down, really up the middle all the way around. But, you've got Luis Matos at AAA now. You've got Patrick Bailey on the big league roster. You got Casey Schmidt on the big league roster. I think a lot of that calculus was we really do feel like there's going to be guys within our system who will be options for us in the second half and maybe even sooner than that. And that's what you're seeing right now. So, you're right. Patrick Bailey, a guy who I think his struggles from the right side, he's a switch hitter last year, kind of hid a lot of the things he did do well at the plate for Eugene last season. Got off to a great start at AA. Like you said, I don't think he's ready to step in and win batting titles right away, but, a guy who won the Gold Glove Award among all major league catchers last season. And he's someone that they drafted in the first round and obviously thought a lot of. So, I think that the big takeaway here isn't that he's in the big leagues because there's a need. I think he wouldn't be in the big leagues if there's a need and he wasn't at least ready or adjacent to be ready. And the Giants felt like this would be the year when a lot of guys were going to put themselves in position to be considered legitimate options. And that's what we're seeing. And in that interview, one of the things I asked Farhan was, who are we not talking about? Who are we not talking about in the system that can impact the major league roster? and he volunteered Ryan Walker, the sort of cross-firing right-handed reliever from Washington State, who's just made a steady climb through the organization. He's having a really nice year at Sacramento, and lo and behold, he's on the big league team again today too. So yeah, next time Farhan does that, I'm just going to put a separate headline on it, I think.
I'm laughing right now, Bags, because we're streaming. And John's nodding at all your answers right now. And I was doing that last night because we're on camera and you feel like you have to nod when the guy's answering your question. And we never did that before.
Never.
And you're over there going, yeah. Like everything he's saying.
That's better than you shaking your head no and thinking, what an idiot this guy is.
I know we could do that before. We can't do that now.
Yeah, just flipping off the camera.
Yeah, exactly.
But, Bags, you're talking to Andrew Bagley right now. Nice enough to join us. How big is this for Farhan? Because here comes his guys all of a sudden, and these are his choices. These are his drafts, and here they come. How big is it for Farhan?
Well, one of the points I made in that piece is that, there's been so much focus, and for good reason, on everything the team is doing on the major league roster, all the free agents that they've signed, the short-term fixes. It's all been kind of very transient, and it's been tough. I think it's been tough for fans to really latch on to players when, they can opt out, or they might only be here for a year, or you only get 1 year of Carlos Rodon, or 2 years of Kevin Gausman, or, maybe just 1 year of Michael Conforto. But, I mean, there's been a reason that they've operated that way. It's been out of necessity because they don't want to block the way for the players that they think are going to come up and really be the next sort of cohort of Giants star players that will be the fan favorites, that will be the people that you're going to want to attract yourself to. And I'm sure this is happening way later than anyone would have liked. It is year 5 of this administration. They've obviously had some draft disappointments, whether it's Hunter Bishop, or Will Bednar, who still hasn't gotten on the field this year, but is getting closer from what I understand. They haven't had those guys that have just rocketed through the big leagues, and the pandemic obviously was something every team had to deal with, and losing a year of minor league development. So but ultimately I think that we've sort of made the scorecard to be about how's Farhan doing with all these free agents and hitting on people like Lamont May Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski and maybe some of the missteps that they've made and some of the ways that they didn't do more to augment the roster after 2021 and sort of had a predictably down year. But the real thing that is going to be what's going to be judge and jury for this baseball operations group is whether they can develop major league everyday star players and really good some of the better pitchers in the league, and that's sort of what we're starting to see. I don't think that's necessarily something that you can put a stamp on right now. We got to see just how talented some of these players are, but we're seeing meaningful movement through the system. And one thing that's a really good, I think, speaks well to the way the system is coming along is, they, like Farhan said in the interview, they really pillaged the roster at AA Richmond. They called up Tyler Fitzgerald, who's an infielder with some speed and power, still strikes out a little bit too much, but is somebody who showed he was ready for the next challenge. They obviously bumped up Bailey, they bumped up Matos, but then they replaced him with Von Brown. They replaced him with Wade Meckler, who's hitting almost 500 for Eugene. They're replacing him with guys who also deserve to be moved up and to get the next challenge and could give a spark to that team. So that's the mark of a good system. When you sort of pillage one level and move people up, you've got another layer of people who are ready to move up too. So that speaks well. And I'll tell you what, the other guy that we don't talk about enough that I think could be in the big leagues this year is Carson Wisenhunt. I mean, this guy has a plus big league changeup. He's throwing strikes. He just had another dominant outing for Eugene after being, I think it was his 4th or 5th start for Eugene after San Jose was where he started the season. And I guarantee you, he might not make another start for Eugene. If he does, it might just be 1 or 2 more like that. And I think we're going to see him moving up, and we could even see him in the big leagues this year. I mean, he's been that good.
Yeah, I've seen his numbers. I think his ERA is like .52 or something. And like you said, I've only seen videos of him, but it's ridiculous. You mentioned, of course, Kyle Harrison. You say one of the best pitching prospects in baseball in the piece and could be in the big leagues once he puts together a couple of clean strike-filled starts in a row for AAA Sacramento. But what I learned today, I didn't know this. I'm sure you do. But Zach Babe-Rudy joined us, the Rivercats play-by-play voice, and he was saying how, depending on the day of the week, it's one of the craziest things I've ever heard. So he has an automated umpire on like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, but then on the weekends it's a real umpire and all these different things. And so the strike zone is different. And players have come up from AAA and said, yeah, in AAA we're starting in a 2-0 count because the strike zone is so tight. So as I look at his numbers, I'm saying to myself, well, he doesn't throw enough strikes to get in to be a major leaguer, and he's thrown 26 innings and he's got 27 walks. But the rules at AAA are different than they are here.
Yeah, so that's the change that they went to this year. For this ABS system, they don't play on Mondays, so it's Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. They use the electronic strike zone.
Which is much tighter, right?
Yeah, I think basically the ball has to be 75% of the way in the zone for them to call it. And so a lot of borderline or shadow type calls pitchers aren't getting. And then the next 3 days, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, teams can use the challenge system to appeal to ABS. But you have an actual human umpire calling the balls and strikes otherwise. So you're right. Where someone's start falls in the week can make an impact on just just what kind of strike zone they're dealing with. But I think either way, I don't know if the Giants are seeing that as a massive thing when it comes to evaluating Kyle Harrison. They still see where his pitches land. They still have all the data, and he's got too many walks per inning. He's got he's not throwing enough strikes right now. And the PCL is a tough place to pitch. I mean, you send a guy to Reno, it's like good luck, So I think that, but the takeaway that I had from talking to Farhan about Harrison is that they don't think he's ready. They don't think that he's not going to be called up imminently. But if he has 3 or 4 starts in a row where he really puts it together and he is filling up the strike zone and he is missing bats and doing all the other things he does so well, I think they're going to look at that a lot harder than they would to just fold those stats and everything he's done to that point and say, well, the walk rate's still too high. I don't think they're going to look at the aggregate as much as what he's doing in the here and now. And it could be a pretty small snapshot of maybe 2 or 3 starts. And if they feel that he's ready, I think that they would make the move if the major league roster is in need of a starter, which it very well could be. So it's entirely dependent. I don't know if it's start to start, but it might be starts to start at this point as to when Kyle Harrison comes up.
Good stuff. Again, check it out in The Athletic right now. The Farhan Zaidi interview that Bags has covers a lot of cool things about the player development, draft strategy, roster diversity, as you point out. Always great to talk to you. We'll talk to you next Friday.
Okay, look forward to it. Thanks, guys.
You got it. It's a good piece. It's interesting.
Bags gets it.
Yeah, he does.
We have lots of deep discussions at the ballpark every night.
Yeah. No, this is a great piece and talks about a lot of different guys. Wisenhunt is a guy that, like you said, at the beginning of the season, you're thinking he's an A-ball. He's not going to be here this year, but his numbers are absolutely ridiculous. And I think what this does for Giants fans is because for so long we've heard about prospects. And really, and you can throw the pandemic in there, but other teams are developing prospects. The Cardinals always develop prospects. I mean, it just seems like there are certain teams that always have guys who are just coming up. The Dodgers. James Outman's probably going to be the rookie of the year, local kid. I mean, it's just like.
And now, wait a minute.
Oh, maybe Casey Schmidt.
Okay, all right.
Oh, now you were a downer at the beginning. Now you're calling him rookie of the year.
I wasn't a downer about Casey Schmidt. I just said everybody that get called up from AAA is not going to be Casey Schmidt.
I know.
That's all I said.
I'm just kidding. But it's in people. We just waited and we waited and we waited, and it seemed like not only were they not being called up, but fans are smarter than ever because all you got to do is check the internet. How's this guy doing? And it seemed like all these top guys, they weren't hitting or they were hurt or there was something impeding their progress through the system. And now, Luciano's back, seems to be fine. Now he's back. You're hearing a Carson Wisna, this reliever that's coming up. It seems like this kid out of Washington State seems like he's out of nowhere. Oh, Patrick Bailey's making enough progress. Like now it's starting to seem like the pipeline is filled up and they're actually getting prospects. And I think that, and I could be wrong, I'm speaking for fans and I'm often wrong when I do that, but right now fans are smart. They know what to expect. They're not the Dodgers at this point. The Dodgers are doing Dodger things right now, but they're starting to see progress and they're starting to see hope. And for me, as I look at it being a fan of whatever team it is, I just want to see if my team is not in that championship window, I want to see where there's some hope for the future. And up until really Casey Schmidt came up, we're on a first name basis. So when Casey came up, it was like, where is it? And now we're starting to see it. And it almost seems like it's like all at once. Like all of a sudden it was dead, and then now the spigot gets turned on, and here come all these guys.
It's Mighty Casey. That's what I've been calling him.
Good call.
And I read the whole poem on the air the other night.
You did?
Well, yeah.
To him?
It's the best. I read it at the Kennedy Center.
Oh, very nice.
With the National Symphony Orchestra, so I memorized it, but I read it on the air last night. It's Mighty Casey. That's all I call him, is Mighty Casey. And Carson Wisenhunt, I don't even need to see this guy pitch. That's a big league name. Like, he's already a big leaguer. And if does he throw hard? I don't know.
I'd have to look. I looked at videos, and I saw he's got like a .52 or something. Yeah. I went, oh.
Cheese Whiz. That's his nickname. I already got it.
Oh, that's a good call.
Carson Wisenhunt. That's a big league name. Call him up just because of his name. I want to see Wizen, whatever, on the back of his jersey.
They have to do small font.
Yeah. No, that's cool. But to your point, like, and I know we got to go, that it's exciting. This is exciting. Signing free agents is cool, but prospects that you develop is even cooler when you see kids and the enthusiasm, the excitement, and just the organic nature of them being baseball players right now. Whatever's going on with Casey Schmidt, I am just soaking it all in. It's a little bit like Brock Purdy. It is.
Totally is.
Brock Purdy, who here comes Brock Purdy, and he's just playing the game with this passion and enthusiasm and a confidence. He's commanding the huddle. Veterans are talking about him and his presence, and it's kind of Brock Purdy part two, even though Casey was a little more touted and highly drafted and all that stuff. But the same feel we have as fans right now is almost the same feel we had for Brock Purdy during football season.
Hit us up, 415-808-5627. Text line is open. We'll read the best ones. What do you think? 415-808-KNBR. We'll continue this conversation. I have one more question on you, and then we'll get on this, and then we'll get you ready for Matt Mayoko, who's going to join us at 12:15. 49ers getting a Super Bowl, a lot being made of Trey Lance's motion. It's the slow time of year, so obviously we're over-evaluating that. So we can do that with Maddie at about 12:15, only here on the Sports Leader. Summer starts right here at Modesto Toyota. For great savings on that new Toyota you want with, get this, no dealer markup. That's right, that's huge. No dealer markup. And there are new cars, SUVs, and trucks arriving every day. That's the best part for me. Remember during the pandemic, you wouldn't see cars on dealers' lots, and you were like, what the heck? That's not anymore. So new cars, trucks, SUVs arriving every day. What you do is you check out the incoming vehicles at ModestoToyota.com. You pick out the one you want. Yeah, that's got everything I need on it. You reserve it, and that's all with no dealer markup. It's that simple. You know, Modesto Toyota's been family-owned and operated since 1965, so that means they're doing a ton right. They've grown every year because they take care of you, the customer. Now, that means getting you a great deal with the very best price and, of course, great customer service, which I've experienced many, many times. It's time to get out, start enjoying that great summer weather, and it starts here with great savings on that new car, SUV, or truck you want from the vehicles arriving daily. The big trucks, I've seen them. They're loaded with new Toyotas. So come get yours with that's right, no dealer markup. Now's the time. Perfect time to get that great deal on your new Toyota. So what you do is you look at those new cars, SUVs, and trucks. They're arriving daily. No dealer markup. Check them out at Modesto Toyota at ModestoToyota.com, and you reserve the one you want. It's where I got my Toyota. So it's where I got my son's Toyota. It's all at ModestoToyota.com.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hold up. My mom's in there.
Oh.
She about to go to work, though.
Hey, I know you don't smoke weed. I know this. But I'm gonna get you high today. Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do.
Take your time, get your headphones.
Okay.
You're on TV.
They're stuck under the, I can hear you fine. They're stuck under this chair.
You talk, I'll get them.
No, it's okay. Look at this. I always do this. You do? Yeah. This is the first time I've ever done this. The other day, I swear, this is the only time this has ever happened. And then the other day, I've never had a microphone. Oh, look at you. Man, you're a professional. I've never had a microphone fall off this little screw that's in the type of the microphone. So I'm in here the other day, and of course, we're live now. If you go to KNBR.com, you go to the app, you can see us on YouTube and Twitch.
You can just see that cluster F over there in the corner.
And what happened was this screw came out and my microphone fell down. And so one of our fine tech guys came in here and fixed it because I'm a dope. And it's like everyone's all giving me all this grief. It's like I didn't do anything. The thing literally fell. And I was fast enough at least to turn my mic off so it didn't sound like something was smashing.
Do one of those Viagra spots. That mic will pop right back up.
Exactly.
We're ready.
I'm going to plug this thing back in. Good to go.
You good?
All right, so we're going to talk to Matt Mayoko at about 12:15. We'll get into some 49ers offseason talk, but mainly the Super Bowl looks like it's coming back, Super Bowl 60, so we'll ask him how that came about. But just to finish off the conversation we were having about the prospects and the direction, and again, I'm speaking for a fan base, and I could be 100% wrong, but we all realize that there is it's almost like any TV show, and everything ebbs and flows, and so you win championships, and that's great, and that's all fun. And I don't think Papa agrees with me on this, so I'll try you, and you'll probably disagree too. But you can have as much fun, I think, in building as you can in winning championships. So we all know that you're not going to win forever, and at some point you're going to lose. The losing part sucks. The rebuild part, where you really haven't even started, sucks. It's like redoing a house, and like you walk into your kitchen and you're like, this kitchen's from 1977. We got to do something about this. When you start breaking it down and rebuilding it, that part is kind of fun. The part where you're not even rebuilding and you just walk into your kitchen and it's got like green countertops and you're like, this is awful. Well, that's kind of the Giants. And then you see a Casey Schmidt and you go, okay, there's some hope. And then Patrick Bailey comes up, and if he's good, and then, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And Bags has the piece up about all these prospects. And all of a sudden you realize as a fan base that there is hope here, that there is a rebuild happening. And you can deal with that. And if you lose games or whatever, you can see there's 2 or 3 guys on your team that are pointing you in the right direction. And I think that's where the fans are. They realize where they are. I know a couple of years ago they won all those games. I don't know how to explain that, but you feel like you're on the way back up, and that is part of the process as an organization and as a fan. You don't always have to win a championship, but it is nice to be pointed in the right direction, and that's what I think these guys, and Casey Schmidt's the first one, that's what they kind of illustrate to the fan base.
Well, I understand what you're saying, and it's a good take, but there's certain markets where you can't rebuild, and this is one of them. I mean, we as Giants fans, and I've been one since I was 10 years old, we expect, and especially after 10, 12, and 14, we expect greatness. We expect championships. We expect superstars. We want that. So there's certain markets where you can just blow it all up, and the fan base will be like, okay, whatever you say. Like DC, the Nats won a World Series, and they got rid of everybody. And now they're still years away. And I don't think Giants fans or Yankee fans or Mets fans or Red Sox fans or Phillies fans or Cubs fans or Dodger fans would ever accept that. And Giants fans are right there. They're not going to accept, like, just blow it up, call up a bunch of kids that we've never heard of and lose 100 games.
And I agree with you, because I don't want it to be like the Cubs did it when they broke it down to the screws and they ended up winning a championship, or the Astros when they're winning 50 games and now they're so good. And I'm not asking, I agree with you, I'm not asking this market to go down all the way to the studs like that. But what I am saying is that it's to a point now where I didn't feel like, even a month ago, Like, I'm looking at this team going, okay, the free agent guys aren't working. Where are they going? Where's the direction? Who's my hope? What jersey would I buy right now? Brandon Crawford's on his way out. Like, if I walked into the team store today, I would buy Casey Schmidt's jersey. But before that, I don't know whose I would buy long term. If my kid told me, look, I want to buy a jersey, I don't know who I would tell him to buy because I don't know who's going to be here. You know?
Well, that's why the energy's different with this kid at the ballpark right now, and why I want to make shirts that say Schmidt Show, and just like, you know,
they're not already making those. What's wrong with
I want
the
a
Giants?
black T-shirt with orange Schmidt Show across the front, and I would wear it all day, every day. You know, you remember how we all got excited about Cody Ross? I feel like it's been a while since we got excited about a new Giant like that. When Cody Ross came here in 2010. And I've been gone for a while, John, so maybe you can help me with this. But like when we had the Ross's Boss T-shirts, and it was Fear the Beard, and there was an energy and a vibe around this town like I've never seen in my life. And not that Casey Schmidt is evoking those memories at all, but like it's just cool to have a guy that. I said this on the show the other night. We haven't had a must-see TV at bat in a long time, and now we have a must-see ground ball, which I don't know if we've ever had. Where if a ground ball is hit to third and he's playing third or short right now and he's throwing across a dime. By the way,
how hard is he going to
throw? It's must-see TV. And when he comes up right now, if you got to go to the bathroom, you're holding it when Casey Schmidt comes up. You're going to wait till he hits, and then you go to the bathroom. That was like Buster Posey or Barry Bonds or Tim Lincecum Day. The Lincecum Day when all the walk-ups when Timmy pitched.
10,000 walk-ups.
Yeah, I mean, so now you're starting to get sort of some of that energy back to the yard, and it's cool and it's fun.
But here's the disappointment. Just nothing against Joey Bart. The last time there was a prospect that created this buzz, and I remember it, was Joey Bart. And everybody was like, bring Joey up, bring Joey up, bring Joey up, bring Joey up. And this is to your point that you've made today to defend you in the beginning of the show when people were like, hey, man, quit harshing my mellow, bro. It was like, look, just to let you know, Patrick Bailey's had 14 games at AAA, and he had 14 games at AA, and he's hitting .216 at AAA. I don't think he's going to light it on fire. Maybe I'm 100% wrong, but I think this is a move out of necessity, and they'd like to probably get him some more bats down there and some more shots behind the plate. But it is what it is. But when Joey Bart first came up, everybody wanted him up. Everybody wanted him up, and then he wasn't good. And then everybody went, oh, and it kind of almost put you in a tailspin where it was like, well, geez, these prospects that we've been hearing so much about, even though it wasn't a Farhan prospect, what the hell's going on here? So that's the danger of it, right? As you point out, it's got to be not only do you come up and give us hope, but you got to be good.
You want to see these guys, but they have to do well when they're here, or else you're like, what are we doing? So it's a big gamble when you call somebody up. You have to know they're ready. You have to know they can throw strikes.
Because our hopes get up as a fan base.
You have to know they could handle failure at the highest level, which is something that if I'm calling a kid up and he's never really failed in the minor leagues at all, how will he handle the biggest stage, the brightest lights, maybe having a little bit of failure? Is he going to go in the tank? Is he mentally tough enough to overcome that? So there's so many different aspects of calling a guy up than other than just...
You know that because that's one of the things that I think, and I've seen it with like quarterbacks, for example, throughout my career, where a guy just has this gleam in his eye. And then I was in Detroit, and Joey Harrington was the third overall pick, and his opening press conference, he was so happy. And then by the second year, he had just gotten beaten down. He had no confidence whatsoever, and I knew it was over. And that's where these organizations, not only are you physically ready, but mentally, and baseball's far worse because 3 out of 10 is success. So you're going to face failure. It's just the way it is. Do you know that Casey Schmidt or Patrick Bailey or Kyle Harrison are, because once they lose confidence, again, you tell me, isn't it really difficult to get it back?
It is, because the first thing the first box you check when you get called up is my stuff plays here. Whether you're a hitter, I remember I lined out off Greg Maddux like my third game in the big leagues, pinch hitting off the bench. And if I can barrel up Greg Maddux, I'm here. I'm good. And that was the kind of like my point where my stuff plays here. You know, you strike out a big hitter as a young kid. You know, you strike out Freddie Freeman. My stuff plays here. But then if you get hit around or you walk people, I mean, it's a tough place to learn how to play baseball. It's a tough place to learn how to fail. We're watching Blake Sable right now trying to learn how to catch at the highest level. That's not easy. And whenever you get frustrated because he misses a ball or he gets catcher's interference, he's learning how to catch at the highest level. This is a tough place to learn how to play the game. But because out of necessity and need right now, in Major League Baseball, not just with the Giants, is guys are going through the minor league system quicker than ever. Because if you can play, you're playing here. And then now you got to learn to play here, which is a whole different thing. But, that's why you're seeing 19-year-olds getting called up, whether it's Acuna or Soto or Harper. Because if you can play and you can help me win games, and winning is so important, winning one baseball game is so important, you're going to get to the big leagues and you're going to help me win a game. And hopefully he can do that. But a lot of guys are learning now at this level. Even Casey Schmidt, he's learning how to play at the highest level. And it's a brutal place to learn, man. It's Darwinism. It's baseball Darwinism. It's survival of the fittest. It's social. These guys have to deal with social media now and all this crap that's going on with social media.
I think that's part of the reason, like Trey Lance of the Niners. I think James Wiseman, social media ate James Wiseman up, because the first pick in the draft, Anthony Edwards was playing well. The third pick, LaMelo Ball was playing well. He wasn't, and he was on his phone too much, and everybody telling him that he sucked. And it didn't take the fans screaming at him. It took him looking at his phone, which he needed to get away from.
Right.
I think, like you said, that's a part of it. Let me ask you this, because you just brought up two really interesting names. To me, at some point, Casey Schmidt's going to struggle at the plate because he doesn't have the trained eye for it. So it's coming. I mean, you can just see it because.
I don't know.
He swings at so many pitches. I just think it's inevitable for anybody.
But if he tunes that up and he starts to get more of a game planner, like Casey, you can't just go up there and hack.
Right.
But there's a fine line there between taking his aggressiveness away and tell. So you just gotta kind of let him figure it out for himself. In the way you stay, and I'll let you finish, John. I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, you're fine.
But they're going to adjust to him. He's going to adjust to them. And if you stay in the big leagues and stay successful in the big leagues, it's a constant. Well, I hit that pitch last series. I'm not going to throw that pitch. Where are they going to go? And it's just a finding out process.
And then the other one you mentioned, if people don't know, I mean, you were with the Nationals for years, and you watched Juan Soto every day. So maybe you don't know, but a kid comes up at 19, and the Nationals, obviously, and I'm not talking about physical skill, I'm talking about mental. So the Nationals knew that if they put him in there, that it wasn't going to ruin his confidence. You've been through it, but how do you know, like when you saw Juan Soto at 19, did you think to yourself, oh, this guy's here to stay because mentally he can handle this thing?
You never know. It's a huge risk and a huge gamble, and it takes, for lack of a better word, intestinal fortitude as a general manager to call up a 19-year-old. It does. I don't think guys get enough credit for doing that when it works. You call up a 19-year-old and he goes 0 for 30 and he's supposed to be your biggest prospect, then what? So when you call
That's why it takes so long because what these guys try to do in every sport, general managers, is they protect their ass. And so what they do is if they move a guy at a reasonable rate, they go, it's on the kid. If you move a Juan Soto or whomever up at 19 and he mentally doesn't handle it and then he turns into a bust, you're going to get criticized for moving him through the system too much. Well, because Giants fans are like, move this guy, move this guy, move this guy. But there is a process of not only is he ready, but how is it going to affect me if he doesn't work out?
That's why you surround yourself with great people that tell you this kid's ready. And not just his swing, not just his fastball, not just his slider, not just his defense. He's ready. And when you tell me as my lieutenants in the minor leagues, you tell me that he's ready and I trust you. I trust you with your word. You're my guy. You're a scout. You're there. You're a coach. You're there. You're a manager. You're there. And you tell me he's ready. And when you tell me he's ready, that includes everything. Then I call him up.
All right, great stuff from FP. We're going to talk to Matt Mayoko, our good friend Matt Mayoko from NBC Sports Bay Area, coming up next. Super Bowl 60 looks like it's coming to San Francisco. We'll get into that as well, plus many other things, including seeing guys running around in shells. What is he learning from that? We'll get into it next. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
President of the Giants, Larry Baird, joined Tolbert and Copes to discuss the fan excitement. We're all excited for Casey Schmidt. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
It is always great to talk to our good friend Steve Moskowitz, Moskowitz LLP. And today, Steve, we're talking about ERC. Tell us about that.
ERC, this is where the federal government is giving away. That's right. It's not a loan. They're giving the money away of up to $26,000 for every employee an employer had during 2020 and 21 that qualifies. Two different ways to qualify. The easy way, your gross revenue goes down by a certain amount. But so many firms and CPAs that I've seen stop there and say, well, if it didn't go down, that's it, no ERC for you. But there's another way, a facts and circumstances way. Why are so many people ignoring that? Because it's a lot more work. Instead of simple math, you have to do an analysis. It takes time, it takes effort. We are willing to take that time and effort for you, determine if you qualify. And if you do, and a lot of people that don't qualify on the drop in gross revenue do qualify on this. If you do, let's get every dollar to which you're legally entitled. And the dollars you receive are the same whether you qualify on test 1 or test 2.
There's ERC, and then there's ERC with Moskowitz LLP, and that's Steve Moskowitz there. You got to call him today, 1-888-TAX-DEAL. That's 888-TAX-DEAL, or online, very simply, at MoskowitzLLP.com.
Now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you are around the globe, stream your faithful home of 49ers football 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
As long as Brock's elbow heals right, he'll be the exact same guy. And when you have a clean break like that or a tear, it will be. You know, you can't have a setback and you can't have something heal wrong, but everything's been completely on pace. And just watching him now, I mean, he's doing the same drills all the other quarterbacks are doing. He's just using a towel to throw, but still doing violent motions, still moving it. He's just not doing it with a football. He'll get closer to that, and as long as there's not a setback, we think he'll be there in training camp, but he can get so much better right now.
Is that Kyle Shanahan from the Caldecott Tunnel, it sounded like?
He was at the at the Golden Heart event, Dwight Clark, with Matt Maiocco, of course. That was with Matt Maiocco on stage. And, of course, Matt Maiocco, NBC Sports Bay Area, 49ers Talk podcast. That was a couple of weeks ago with Kyle. Made a lot of buzz talking about Brock Purdy. So we got a lot to talk about. We got a preview camp coming up this weekend, Super Bowl 60 possibly coming back to Levi's Stadium. Matt Maiocco joins us courtesy of the Uma guest line. What's happening?
John, not too much. FP, good to hear your voice.
Yeah, man. It's good to hear yours, too.
Yeah. Are you guys a lot of Patrick Bailey talk today?
Yeah. What do you think? You're a big Giants fan.
I mean, let's turn the page. Let's get some youth in there. Let's get some more Casey Schmitts in there. Let's pump up a little excitement at the ball yard.
See, and what FP's been doing all day is like, not everybody's Casey Schmidt, but see.
Oh no,
I've had the same.
Everybody.
I've had the same take. I'm gonna call them all up, but I just want to like temper the enthuthusm a little bit that everyone you call up is not going to be Casey Schmidt. Maybe they will.
Get
and if
Kyle
they are,
Harrison in there. Get a. I don't know. Do you think is it too late to bring in Harrison and have him Cy Young race for this year?
Not.
Yeah. Come on.
Not at all. Let's go.
He's half joking, but he's half serious.
You should see FP's face.
No, I kind of like
it's
it.
Incredible.
We're enthusiastic all of a sudden about the Giants, and I like it.
Absolutely. All right, I know we have a ton to get to, but Super Bowl 60, possibly to Levi's Stadium. Obviously, Super Bowl 50 was here between the Panthers and the Broncos. But I didn't know anything about this. How did this come about? And just as kind of a backdrop, obviously Vegas is now. We're talking about West Coast. It's since Super Bowl 50. I mean, LA's here, Vegas is here. They like to go to Arizona. So I always thought it was going to be tough to get another Super Bowl, but it sounds like it's going to come back.
Yeah, I thought it would be too, and it seemed like the logistical part of it, wasn't super smooth back with Super Bowl 50, just because a lot of the events were in San Francisco, and that's where the media was stationed, and then you have the buses going to the South Bay for the team hotels, and then of course the game in Santa Clara. So it seemed like game day went really well, as far as just the logistics of Levi Stadium and how it's set up and everything. But, I knew the 49ers would want it back. I knew the Bay Area would want it back. It seemed like it, all the reports I read had a very positive fiscal impact in the Bay Area, not just San Francisco, but just all around. But it became very clear last month at the owners' meetings, just the way people around the 49ers were talking, was that they fully expected it to come. Jed York said he was very optimistic about the Super Bowl being awarded to the Bay Area. And it's different than it was in the past where, do you remember like the old days where, there's these 4 cities vying for the Super Bowl? It's not like that anymore. I think I'm not sure exactly what the process is, but it sure sounds like, the NFL kind of targets one city, and then, they work on that and they make sure that it's ready to go. And then the vote is just a mere formality. So, first I heard the vote was going to take place on Tuesday, but it might actually now take place on Monday in Minneapolis. But it is considered a formality that Super Bowl 60 will be coming to Santa Clara.
That's cool and all, but how's Brock Purdy?
Yeah, well, he's. Did you hear that about the violent? He's throwing, or he's doing some violent motions with that arm. Heck, there was a baseball game about a month ago, and there was video of him being announced to the crowd, and he's waving with his right arm, and I'm thinking, oh gosh, be careful the way you're waving. And then he's like giving somebody a high five, and I'm, oh my gosh,
I saw that. I saw the aggressive high five, and I worried about that when he's at the Giants game. Before Casey Schmidt, that was the best part of the season so far with the fans, is when Brock Purdy was at the game.
And just imagine if Casey Schmidt had been making his debut that same day, well, Brock Purdy's arm might be in two pieces because he would have been going crazy with that new ligament in there, that reattached ligament. But to hear Kyle Shanahan, and you played the sound as we were coming in, he's doing the violent motions with that arm, and so it certainly sounds like he's on pace, and they expect him to be ready if there's not a setback. And I guess the thing that you got to kind of keep in mind, we hear these timetables. He had the surgery on March 10th. He can start throwing a football roughly 3 months after that, so that'd be June 10th. And then the season opener is 3 months after that, September 10th. So it's supposed to be a 6-month process, but that's a 6-month process to get fully back, 100%, cleared for football, all of that. Then in the meantime, as Shanahan stated, I mean, they do expect him to be there in training camp, and of course he will be, but how much will he be doing? What will he be doing on the field? Because, I don't think it's one of those situations where, it's like, up until, 5 months and, 30 days, he's doing nothing. And then as soon as 6 months happens, okay, now he can go play. I think he'll be doing some practice stuff and throwing the ball around, but just not fully cleared for contact and for games until we get really close to the start of the regular season.
See, I was always under the impression that if March 10th was the surgery and September 10th was the opener, that's exactly 6 months, and there was no way that he was going to be ready. And also, just given what teams do in every single sport, especially with a 23-year-old quarterback who you want to be your future, you're not going to rush him back at all.
Right?
No,
I would agree with that.
Somebody's got, the first couple of weeks at least, and then here was the other thing, and not that maybe this matters a whole lot, but at the beginning when Jimmy Garoppolo came back, and I give him a ton of credit, but that Denver game was horrendous. Well, I'd look at that thing and I say, well, he didn't throw. What could you possibly expect? So I think somebody else is going to start the first couple of weeks, right?
Oh, I don't know, but here's where it's different with Jimmy. Is that Jimmy was throwing and he was working his way back, but Jimmy did not take part in one meeting.
Yep.
He didn't get any even mental reps. He wasn't watching film. He wasn't in meetings. He wasn't on the practice field standing behind the quarterback while 11-on-11 was going on and getting those mental reps. He wasn't after practice going in and watching the cut-ups. He fully expected to be playing for some other team. And the 49ers, I kind of ripped them early last year because when they brought him back, my stance was if you thought that there was any chance of him remaining with the team, then he should have been taking part in that stuff because of exactly what happened. If he was needed early in the season, he would not be set up to go succeed. And, he played okay in that first game when he stepped in there against Seattle. And I think he had the comment, it's like riding a bike. Well, then the next week, he was on rims and flat tires and fell off the bike and ran out of the end zone for crying out loud.
That was awful.
So at least with Brock Purdy, he's going through all that stuff. And I asked Kyle Shanahan at that event, how can he possibly get better if he's not practicing? And Shanahan laid it out. We're able to go through this. What Kyle Shanahan said, we're able to go through every play that we ran last year, and he's able to watch the film cut-ups of him doing it, himself doing it a couple of times, but all the cut-ups of Jimmy Garoppolo doing it, 6 or 7 times, and seeing all the adjustments and against different defenses. So he said that he's already getting better because basically his encyclopedia in his mind, in his brain, is getting more information in, and so he'll be able to step in and be smarter, be well prepared, and then he claims the physical aspect of it will come back just fine because that's not a Tommy John surgery. It's a smaller recovery time because they're using his own ligament. His own elbow ligament is just being reattached.
So there's no chance, Matt, in hell that Sam Darnold or Trey Lance, Wally Pipp, Brock Purdy.
Boy, I wouldn't think so. The way they talk about Brock Purdy, it's going to be really difficult. And, the way they saw it last season was that what he did was sustainable. And so, when you talk to Kyle Shanahan and when you talk to John Lynch, they paint the picture of this is Brock Purdy's team. And whatever they're doing leading up to that is, whoever steps in, whoever's taking the first team reps, I'm sure that Trey Lance will start off taking the first team reps, and we'll see if they mix Sam Darnold in there at all. But I mean, it sure sounds to me like when Brock Purdy is ready to roll, he's the guy. Now, I guess the onus falls squarely on the shoulders of Trey Lance and Sam Darnold to try to do enough to convince the 49ers that they have a bigger upside than Brock Purdy. But I don't think that's going to be easy at all.
Matt Mayoko's joining us, talking a little bit of Niners. So what do we have to look forward to as far as guys running around in shells? Is there something you're looking at?
So that starts next week. OTAs begin on Monday. I'll be out there at practice on Tuesday. They open 1 out of every 3 to the media. So, basically when you look at OTAs, there are no pads on. So, good luck trying to figure out stuff with the offensive lines and defensive lines. So to me, it's kind of like flag football. Where do your eyeballs go? They go to the quarterbacks, the receivers, the cornerbacks, the safeties. So I kind of think that that's where it is. And I know Trey Lance has kind of revamped his throwing style a little bit. Kyle Shanahan said that he's thrown the ball better than he ever has since he's been with the 49ers. So, I think it's pretty obvious. The first things we'll all look at, and certainly myself included, will be what changes we see in Trey Lance. Is he throwing the ball more accurately? And then it'll be our first chance to get our eyes on Sam Darnold. And then, the new guy coming in too, Brandon Allen.
So how's Jake Moody doing? Because John hates him already. Can't stand him. He hates the pick.
Are you going to be watching the kickers?
Matt, my dad was a football coach for 40 years in Sacramento high school football, and he still hates kickers to this day, along with referees. So you and my dad would get along fine, John.
No, even Kyle and John were a little bit on the night of the draft. They're like, you got to have one. What are you going to do?
No, this guy's good. I'm a Michigan guy. This guy's good. He's cocky. He's got a good attitude. He's a good kicker. Right, Matt?
Yeah, by all accounts. But you know what? We've seen, the Russell.
By all accounts, is not a ringing endorsement whatsoever.
Well, I remember when I was really young thinking Russell Erxleben was like the best
what a call. Kicker and punter
ever.
Yeah.
And what was the barefoot guy? Tony Franklin?
Right? Was Texas A&M.
Texas.
Yeah.
Texas or Texas
A&M?
All right.
Yeah, he was an
A&M. And so those guys, it's a different beast, going from college to the NFL. But, the 49ers felt like he was clearly the guy, and so they went and got him. But, Mr. Santangelo, he's what's he doing right now? Is he does he have a dartboard with Jake Moody on it, and he and John are switching throws?
Hey, look, let me just play something for you, okay? Does this sound like a guy that was overly excited? Again, former football player. Kickers are quirky and weird. Let's play a little John Lynch, right?
If you're taking a kicker that high, believe me, we weren't doing cartwheels over it.
Come on, that's your general manager.
Yeah, but there was a but there, and he's going to say we're really high on Jake Moody, and we felt like everybody else was going to go after him, so we had to take that pick, and we lost Robbie Gould. And we saw what happened to the Dallas Cowboys without a kicker.
I think he's going to need a therapist. Yeah. That's your GM. Kyle has said it, but he called the kid up and goes, we'd rather have a running back, but we had to take you. The kid's going to need a therapist. Seriously. His own team.
That's all part of the process, right?
Exactly.
Kickers have to put up with, so they're starting early. Hey, don't get cocky.
My dad can't even drive by a soccer game without going, kickers.
Oh, man. That's rough. But you know what? Here's the thing, is that if Jake Moody is a good kicker, then it was a good draft pick. And everybody seems to think he's going to be a good kicker. And I don't think there's any question. Now, this could cut both ways. This could be a positive or a negative. But I think there's little doubt that of all the players, the 9 players the 49ers selected in the 2023 NFL draft, the one guy who will have the biggest say and how the team fares this season will be Jake Moody.
Wow.
Trying to think.
I mean, well, think about it. Think about all the points that Robbie Gould, when he went out there, it was money in the bank.
It was.
And now,
John,
now it's going to impact. And again, it could go both ways. They could be relying on him for a 46-yard field goal in the waning seconds against the Rams in Week 2. If he makes it, what a great selection. If he doesn't, what were they thinking? And so, I mean, there's pressure on him, no question about it. When you take a kicker 99 overall, the highest a kicker's been taken in quite some time, nearly a decade. But it's an important position, and especially for a team that not only has playoff aspirations, they want to be the number one seed in the playoffs. So, almost by definition, they're going to have some close games, and they're going to have some games that are settled by 1, 2, or 3 points, and so that just puts more of an emphasis, more of an importance on the kicker.
Yeah. Are we done talking the kicker? I'm watching the ratings meter. It's just going into the toilet.
I know.
Can
you tell this is on YouTube,
Totally.
right? Did it go from like 143 listeners
everyone
to
left.
like 27?
The K in KNBR stands for kickers.
No, it
does. I looked it up on Google.
Oh, Matt.
You know what's funny is, I mean, every day I've talked to John since the draft, he always starts off by we're not going to talk about kickers, and then we spend like 12 minutes talking about the kickers.
See? It's a big deal.
I'm telling you. Look, I got nothing against the kid. I saw the interview that you guys did with him, and he seems fine enough and everything. The greatest kicker of all time might be Justin Tucker, free agent pickup. You mentioned the second round, Tampa Bay took a guy named Roberto Aguayo. It didn't work out. Matt Gay, who's a great kicker now at the Rams, got drafted by Tampa, didn't work out there, had to go to a second team. I'm just talking value. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah,
I'm just saying
and
value.
here's what I'm saying too, John, is that I think that a lot of times with kickers, they do bounce around. They have to experience some disappointment, some adversity, and then they kind of find their legs, or find their leg, I guess would be the proper term.
Yeah, very good.
And then they establish themselves. Maybe what the 49ers are doing is, hey, let's just rip on him. Let's talk down about him. That'll serve as the adversity off the field, so that now he's already gone through the adversity, and by the time he gets on the field, he'll be ready to roll. That's
not a bad. That's some psychology. There's somebody in that building. They've got a person there. That's probably what they're doing. That's a good point. I mean, look, I saw he's a good-looking kid, good head of hair, a lot better than Robbie Gould's. I think he had a goatee, looked good. I mean,
Yeah.
Anyway.
By the way, we're still talking about the kicker, aren't we?
I'm trying to see what round Tom Dempsey was drafted in right now.
Most of them are undrafted. Most of them, like you said, either undrafted or you pick up a Zane Gonzalez like they did. They're fine, but whatever. It's fine.
Yeah.
It is what it is. I just
aren't there high school teams, FP, that refuse to even kick? They go for it on every fourth down. Yeah.
They do.
I just remember looking across to my good friend Dante Whitner in the draft room that night, and he shook his head, and Greg tried to defend the kicker, and he said if they'd have taken an actual player there, then they wouldn't need the 3 extra points. Which
that's one way to look at it. There's another way to look at it.
Not a kicker guy.
I really think that this is something to keep an eye on. I think that Robbie Gould became so dependable that I get the sense that Kyle Shanahan, on 4th and 1 from the 28-yard line, was like, well, we could go for it, and maybe we get 7 points if we get the first down and we continue to move down the field, or we just could take the automatic 3 right now. And so I wonder if they might be more aggressive and they might go for it. In fact, I'm going to make this prediction. I'm going to say that they're going to go for it on 4th down more than they have in the past, because now there's a little bit of uncertainty, or maybe a lot of uncertainty, about having a rookie kicker in there. So who knows? It could lead to fewer field goal attempts, or maybe more extra points.
And everyone's always complaining about that with Kyle, that he's too conservative on 4th down. So that's a good point.
Yeah, I mean, I just said, keep something to keep an eye on. File that away for file that away for 4 months from now.
I think this kicker talk is a damn fine segment, if I do say so myself. Yeah, very entertaining. Very entertaining.
I am disgusted.
At this point, it's only like close relatives listening to us.
I know exactly at that point.
No way.
Jake Moody's family. That's about it.
It's good stuff.
Man,
yeah, they've even turned it off because you've been ripping on it.
Oh, that's a good point. And so has John Lynch. But anyway, great stuff. Enjoy the weekend, and we'll talk to you next week. And go Patrick Bailey.
All right, sounds good. I'm going to go out there. I'm going to be out there Sunday to watch the new kids.
Oh, very cool. Going out to the ballpark Sunday, huh? Oh, very good.
Yep.
Yeah, very cool. All right, we'll see you
I'll
out
see you
there.
guys out there.
Yeah,
See you, Matt.
Okay, see ya.
See you, man.
Maybe the Giants will draft a kicker. Do you know Casey Schmidt in the Cape Cod Championship game hit 2 home runs and pitched 6 shutout innings?
That's what got him on the board.
Yeah, in the Cape Cod Championship game. And I talked to his coach at San Diego State, who was one of his coaches was there for his debut the other night, and he said they weren't happy at San Diego State because they said they were going to use him sparingly as a pitcher, and that they used him for 6 innings in the championship game, 6 shutout innings, and he hit 2 home runs.
Wow.
In the Cape Cod League, which is the best summer league in college baseball there is.
I did see where he said in the clubhouse the other day that he didn't miss pitching. I mean, what was he, high 90s?
He's throwing 94 from
That's
third.
What I'm saying.
Yeah.
Like if he wound up, wouldn't he be throwing 99?
I'd say like 96, 95, 96.
Because that throw from third was at 94.1?
94, but he had some momentum into that throw. I think that's why there was, he's like kind of almost like an outfielder coming in.
Like a little crow hop.
Then he set himself, and he had a lot of juice going to first base on that.
All right, we'll get back into some Giants conversation. Top of the hour, your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need today. By the way, we'll hit up the text line as well. You got any thoughts, questions, comments to FP regarding anything, but especially the Giants, 415-808-5627, 415-808-KNBR. There's some people wanting to know where you're going for happy hour, but we'll get into all that. Pop and Lund, FP is in today, only here on the Sports Leader.
49ers select Jake Moody.
No!
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Don't disengage from the rubber. You'll wind up with 5 kids.
I've been disengaged and dismarried twice.
So I don't remember. That was yesterday. Oh, when you go, you know this. When you go through a show, it's like you forget what you talk about.
Mm-hmm.
What were we talking about being disengaged from the rubber? I don't remember, but anyway, that was the line. Papa's out today. Back on Monday. Marlins. By the way, Bags wrote about this in his piece. Like, you sweep the team that won the National League last year, and I realized that they're not what they were yet, if they ever will be that. And then the Marlins come to town, and that's a team that you could be fighting the wild card chase, so that's big. But then you look up, and there's nothing you can do about it. But, I mean, early in the season, Kansas City stinks. The White Sox stink. Like, that kind of stuff. You lose series to those teams, but you win these series. I don't know. Baseball doesn't make sense. That's just the way
it's not who you play. It's when you play them.
It's a good point. Yeah.
Everyone's like, oh, this team's coming to town. Well, if they're struggling, you catch them at a good time. Marlins are not struggling. They've won 4 in a row. They just swept the Nationals, and they're 4.5 games out of first place. They're in second in the National League East. So yeah, they're pesky, these Marlins, and they can pitch.
You know, and one of the things, because we have talked so much about prospects, and Bags wrote the piece, and we had him on, and Patrick Bailey's coming up if you just joined us, and Casey Schmidt. But coming off this Phillies series, which you and I haven't talked a whole lot about, which is the bullpen was good, the defense was better. They didn't need to hit home runs. Their record had been 1-7 going to those last 2 games. They didn't hit a home run in a game. They won 2 in a row like that. Like, there's a lot of positive signs. It's only 3 games, but it's funny because they go into that series 17-23, so you're 40 games in, and inevitably you go, okay, we're 25% through the season. Let's assess where they are, and it was mostly negative. And now you win 3 games against the team that won the National League. You do those things that I said, and all of a sudden you're 20-23, and you're going, and then, you know, a prospect is starting to play well. You're bringing up another prospect within, and this is how baseball works. I understand that, but within like a week, you're going, hey, maybe this team is something. Because when they were 17-23, they were the 3rd worst team in the National League. Right now, they're moving up the order, and you start looking at it. And I know it's too early to talk about wild card, but Dodgers are the Dodgers. So you start looking at this thing and going, hey, they're moving up. So my question in a roundabout long way to you is, can they be this team that the bullpen is better and the defense is more than passable, and they don't need home runs to win baseball games? They're actually generating runs, because if they do those things that they did in the Philly series, they are going to be a contender. They are going to contend for a wild card spot. If not, then they're going to be that team we talked about 3 games ago.
They can be way better than they are right now, too. And they took 5 out of 6 from the 2 teams that played in the World Series last year. Took 2 out of 3 from Houston at Houston, swept the Phillies here. So those are great signs. And some of the teams they lost to early, like the Marlins, turned out to be pretty good teams. So when you start like looking at it, the big picture is, the biggest thing you said is I like the base hits. I like the jab, jab, jab. Here comes the knockout blow. I like them putting the ball in play. The 6-run second inning the other day was all opposite field hits, letting the ball get deep, going the other way. And yeah, home runs are cool, and they're still going to run into them, and they're going to hit their home runs. But there's something, I don't know, cool about keeping the line moving. That's what Bruce Bochy used to say all the time. And they've been keeping the line moving by not trying to do too much. It's hard to hit a baseball. It's the hardest thing in the world. So if you're up there trying to hit home runs every time and doing too much, and your head's flying out and your shoulders flying out, that's not fun to watch, and you're not going to win a lot of games. It's like a 3-point shooting team that can't make 3-pointers. I think we just kind of saw something like that.
Yes, we did.
So I like the approach going the other way and getting base hits and going up the middle and keeping the line moving. That's good baseball to me. And then pitching the hell out of it and catching the hell out of it, and then your bullpen comes in and gets the job done. That's a recipe for success. And it's not about winning one game. If you go out there and you play that kind of baseball and you play good baseball for the next, 4.5 months, whatever it is, you can win a lot of games. You can win a lot of games. So, yeah, there's some things to be excited about. But just like when they lose 3 in a row, the world isn't ending. They've won 3 in a row, the world isn't ending. It's just, be more consistent. If they have this approach, John, is my answer to your question, this approach offensively, they can be so much more dynamic, and they can put a lot of crooked numbers on the board if everybody doesn't try to hit home runs in an 0-2 count.
And that's what you're hopefully that, and that's what the game is trying to get to, is you don't have to just hit it out of the ballpark, strike out, or walk. And where my optimism comes from is, I looked at this bullpen and said, well, you just didn't change enough. Taylor Rogers is not enough to change. All of a sudden, a week later, he's pitching better. Luke Jackson's on some rehab stints. He was really good with the Braves. Maybe that can turn into something. The defense, to me, if we look at what they accomplished in this series that I think can be long-term, defense. If Casey Schmidt is, now I know J.D. Davis has really been good, but if Casey Schmidt is at third or short, and Brandon Crawford is better than what the numbers indicate, and Tyro Estrada I think is an above-average second baseman, and I'll give Lamont Wade a ton of credit. I was nervous about him because I looked at it from a healthy Brandon Belt standpoint and said, well, if the knee's not bothering him, he's an above-average first baseman. I don't know what Lamont Wade Jr. is. But if I look at that infield, you can live with that. And it's a pitch-to-contact staff. So I can see that and say, okay, the defense is better. I think the offense will score enough runs. They're too home run dependent, but every team is. So now I can get some optimism. 3 of the 5 starters have been good. There's a Kyle Harrison sitting there potentially. There is some depth in that staff, so they could be better. Okay, I can live with that. So I'm not just being Pollyanna about the whole thing. I'm looking at it and I'm saying, okay, it's only 3 games, but the defense I think is legit. The offense I think is legit. They've been inconsistent, and then the numbers come out and it's like, well, they score enough, but they've been wildly inconsistent. So I still question whether the bullpen can be good just because it's been so bad. But if you give me some defense and you give me some offense and you give me 3 of those starters being pretty good, then I think they should be able to contend in some way, shape, or form.
I agree with you 100%. But to me, the most important position on the field, and you and I talked about this before we went on air today, is catcher.
Yep.
Besides the pitcher. I mean, we'll give the pitcher all the credit because, there's 3 trophies on the corner of Third and King because of pitching. But the catcher, to me, and we know that because of Buster Posey, and we were spoiled all these years because of Buster Posey. But when you're talking about defense and the pace of the game, the tempo of the game, even with the pitch clock, it starts with the pitchers having confidence in the catcher and the catcher having confidence in himself and the game calling skills, and then being able to throw people out in this year with a lot of stolen bases. So when you talk about defense, the defense is way better. Just put Casey Schmidt in there, it makes it better. Mitch Haniger's playing a great left field. I still think I would love somebody that can really run them down in center, like a plus Gold Glove center fielder, especially at Oracle Park. But the catching thing to me is still a mystery. It is. Joey Bart hasn't taken this thing by the reins. He's getting hurt a lot. Blake Sable's learning on the fly. Now we're calling up a kid that hasn't caught in the big leagues before. That's a position that when Roberto Perez got hurt, that's still a big deal to me. That guy could catch the hell out of it. So now, hopefully, I mean, not to put it all on Bailey, but like if this guy can catch, I don't even care what he hits. Hit him 9th, hit 200. I don't care. But if you can steal me some strikes and you have a plus whatever 15 per game back there where you're taking 50-50 balls and you're making them appear as strikes and then you're getting calls on the low ball especially, and you can throw some guys out, which I haven't seen him play, so I'm not going to sit here and pretend like I know this kid. I don't. But if he can command a pitching staff and call a game, which he doesn't even have to do now. These guys are calling their own game. But just like be confident behind the plate and be a catcher, be a true backstop. That's what this club needs to me more than anything.
All right, so he caught these guys in spring training. How long does it take to acclimate him from that and from AAA and everything? He was in AA 14 games, AAA 14 games. How long will it take until these pitchers feel comfortable throwing to him?
What is it, 12:52? He's probably been at the ballpark for an hour now, learning everything. His head's going to be spinning today with Arsenal's repertoires, game plans, especially if he's catching tonight. I think, well, it's Alcantara tonight, right?
Right.
Well, yeah, it's going to, Blake Sable will probably catch tonight. Well, he's a switch hitter, so I don't know. But there's so much that goes into it, man. Like just.
But if you call him up, don't you want to play him? I mean, isn't that kind of a thing? Like,
I think so.
I mean, if you call a guy up, you got to play him.
I played the first night the big leagues got 2 hits. If I would have sat around for a week and looked at all the bright lights and the cameras and the people in the stands and the 3rd and 4th deck, I would have been too nervous. They just threw me right in there and I played and got 2 hits and stayed for 7 years. And I always say if I would have sat around for 2 or 3 days, I would have just been petrified. I was petrified anyways, but I got it over with. So yeah, I think when you call guys up, you put them in. But we'll see.
All right. Good stuff from FP. Give us your thoughts. Text line is wide open. 808 KNBR. Give us your thoughts. 808-562-7415. 808-562-7. Any thoughts, question, comments? 1 o'clock hour on the way. Your foreplay, the 4 pieces of sound you need to know today. And then in the 1 o'clock hour as well, Chris Rose will talk all of baseball at about 1:15 at the quarter point of the season. And then your sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol at 1:30. All that to come. Pop and Lund, FP is in, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Patrick Bailey, Ryan Walker, the reliever, he's called up to the big leagues as well. There'll be a parade of Giants prospect. Continues that story and more trending right now on the all-new KNBR app.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
I'm shooting blanks for years.
What's happening? Thanks for joining us. A great foreplay for you. We got to get to something that just happened. It's a little bit of breaking news here. But we'll give you Mike Krukow talking about the young guys of the Giants. Patrick Bailey is on his way. We got a little Casey Schmidt. We were talking about his pitching. You were just giving us the Cape Cod where he went to 6 innings. We're going to play that for you. And then Mark Spears, because in my notes today, I was wanting to talk to you about this. Mark Spears was on yesterday, of course, from Anscaped and ESPN, and talked about the speculation he's hearing about Bob Myers leaving. And I think there's a lot of fans who are kind of downplaying this. So I want to get your viewpoint from a player's perspective of how important that would be if Bob left. So we'll do that in just a minute. It is KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. FP is in for Pop today. Jim Brown passing away. And I know that he's a Syracuse guy and certainly was a favorite of Pop's, but a lot of people in our audience know Jim Brown. Maybe some don't. He's one of the greatest running backs of all time, but also a rights activist, was an actor. Certainly many sports fans know, but Jim Brown passes away today. Wow. It's a big one.
Yeah, his wife Monique announced Brown's death on Instagram Friday afternoon, said that Brown passed peacefully on Thursday night in their home in Los Angeles. So, yeah, he rushed for 12,312 yards, 5.2 yards per carry. But like you said, John, he was more than a football player. He was an activist. He was an actor and a football star. So, yeah, a sad day for everyone. Number one all-time player in college football, 150 list. Yeah.
He's just, look, the stats nowadays, and you can't always go by stats, especially when it comes to passing and everything, but Jim Brown was a leading rusher in the NFL for a long time, and then he retired early and probably would have had it way out there. Emmitt Smith would probably still have it, but he was, if you just watch old film, he's one of the best of all time, one of the most physical big backs of all time, and he was a great one. And then, like you said, he wanted to leave early. He wanted to get into acting. Again, he's been very outspoken throughout his entire life as an activist, and so again, to lose Jim Brown, but he passes away today, and that literally just happened moments ago. We walked out into the bullpen area where all their TVs are, and they had announced that Jim Brown passed away. So again, our condolences. Jim Brown passes away, one of the greats in NFL history. So there you go. All right, let's get to it. It is time for foreplay. We have we've been doing so much Warriors that it's been a lot of Warriors, a little bit of Giants, but now we have a full diverse foreplay for you. We're going to get into everything. Let's do it.
Time for some foreplay with Papa and Lund.
I'm Dirk Diggler.
4 chunks of audio that really get you going.
I have a gift, and I am trying to not be selfish about it, but to use it.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
By the way, great 1 o'clock hour for you. Chris Rose is going to join us at 1:15. Of course, NFL Network, Chris Rose Rotation podcast, which is great. Does a wonderful job with John Boy Media as well. So he'll join us at 1:15. And not only will we talk Giants, talk all about baseball, basically at the quarter point of the season with Chris Rose. So make sure you stay for that. Speaking of, let's talk a little Casey Schmidt and prospects. Here is Murph and Mac this morning. Mike Krukow on talking about Casey Schmidt, and he's kind of inspiring others in the fan base. Of course, there's an expectation level as Patrick Bailey now on his way as well.
I do think that the dry spell is over. You mentioned the guys, Gerald and Harrison and Patrick Bailey is another guy who's is coming fast. So, when it starts to come and everybody starts to develop and they start to get energy, everybody down there starts getting more incentive because the guys are getting called up, and it's really healthy for your organization to pull from within. So, as far as I'm concerned, Farhan can do no wrong. What I've watched him do in 5 years and how he's built this franchise from down below up to now, it's a little later than he would have liked to see some of the contribution come out of the minor leagues, but I do think this is the beginning, and what he's done in his career here has been impressive in my eyes.
What do you think?
Well, I agree with everything Mike said, but I said it earlier. When you're a baseball player and you get into a groove throughout your whole career, toward the end or when you got into your 30s, sometimes it could be a job. Like you bring your briefcase to the clubhouse and you check in, you go to the training table, you go to the cage, you go to the weight room, you go take BP. And then all of a sudden this kid comes in and you're looking at a goofy 24-year-old that can really play, and he injects life into you because you see the game vicariously through his eyes like you did when you were younger and you first came up. Have you ever had somebody visit San Francisco that's never seen San Francisco before, and you take them around and all of a sudden you see the city like you did the first time again? And you're like, this is the best restaurant here, and this is Coit Tower, and this is the Golden Gate Bridge, and you're looking at the Golden Gate Bridge like you looked at it for the first time? That's kind of what a young guy does when he comes into the clubhouse like Casey Schmidt. And I had those experiences where, I was getting into a rut a little bit. You're a big league baseball player, man. You're making lots of money. You're playing for lots of people. You live a king's life. You charter planes and buses come up to the planes. You stay in 4-star hotels. You're making a lot of money, but sometimes you just get into the everyday grind, kind of like we do at work sometimes. And here comes this new employee that's just all bright-eyed and bushy-tailed, and you start seeing the game through his eyes. So that in and of itself can inject a little bit of life into the clubhouse. But then when he goes out there and does these incredible things, in the dugout, they're probably doing the same thing I'm doing up in the booth, laughing at his throws across the infield. Like, oh, are you kidding me, dude? Do you see that? So this is a win for everybody right now. And not to put it all on Casey, the whole season relies on you. Let's go. No, but this is good for a lot of different reasons.
Well, and look, and Andrew Bagger wrote a nice piece about it. Where the Giants need to be for me is because you can sign free agents all you want. You brought this up earlier, and I think it's a heck of a point, which is, but when you do it for your guys, we've been talking about these guys for so long. So it's Schmidt and it's Bailey and it's Luciano and all these different guys coming up. That's where it comes from, because how did they win those World Series? Don't get me wrong. You mentioned Cody Ross before. I mean, you're sprinkling other guys in. But Lincecum and Kane and Bumgarner, I mean, just go down the line. Crawford, Belt, these guys, Buster Posey, they came from within. That's how you build a baseball team. You can try to spend your way to it. The Padres are trying. But you've got to be able to develop these guys. For as much as people don't like the Dodgers, they draft and develop their guys. And then they sprinkle in Mookie Betts. They spend money. Of course they do. But you have to, at the core of what you do as a baseball team, is bring guys up. And so I look at the Dodgers, and it seems like this isn't the case, but it seems like every guy they bring up fits and is successful. Or the Cardinals fits and successful. Like, you start seeing those organizations that bring up their guys time and time again. And it does take time, because what Farhan was doing, nothing against Sabes and the rest of the guys that came up, but the baseball was changing at this point. So now they're starting to see your guys. So we can, a lot of fans you can bitch and moan about Farhan all you want, that you haven't seen the success you want. But until you start to see what he's going to bring out of the system from what he drafted and developed, or it's not just him, drafted and developed, then you can start having a true opinion on what he's doing. Yeah, he tried to sign free agents, but how did he see from his scouting department all the way up to when they got into the big leagues? And can they start churning that out like the best teams in baseball do?
These are our guys, though. That's the beauty of when someone you draft and develop comes up. They're our guys. It's easier to fall in love with these guys. And you remember the 80s when we turned it around, it was Will Clark. It was Robbie Thompson. Those are our guys. And they were Giants. They were drafted by the Giants, so they were Giants. And now they're here, and Casey Schmidt's one of our guys. And that's what makes this even better.
Yeah, look, you can feel the excitement. I mean, Matt Miyoko, loves baseball. He's a season ticket holder. He goes to a lot of games. And the first thing he said was, and I think it's a lot like the fan base, now here comes Patrick Bailey. Now, look, to expect him, as you've pointed out, in such a downer way, wet blanket way, all the entire show, that you can't expect a guy to do that all the time. But I think it's overall the point of you're starting to see the seeds grow into something. And like you said, I don't expect Patrick Bailey to come up and be Casey Schmidt. I do expect him to be a solid backstop, and he can be good, and then you keep building on from there. But every guy that comes up does not have to be a superstar. As long as you can see it, and there are points of it where you go, okay, this guy's going to be something later. That's all the fan base expects.
You know what's different from the old days to now is when you get called up and you can play, you're accepted in the clubhouse. There's no hazing. There's no you have to earn your stripes. If you get called up and you're a kid, you can play. Veterans wrap their arms around these guys. There's no feeling out period, because you're going to help us win. So, but back in the day, you were seen and not heard. You had to go through some hazing in the clubhouse and on the plane. And then all of a sudden, after a couple of weeks in the big leagues, you didn't have to tiptoe around anymore. These guys get called up today, and they're welcomed with open arms because they can help you win.
Did you have to wear a Dora backpack and bring donuts?
I dressed like a clown on the plane. That was my rookie hazing, with the big clown shoes, and but whatever. There's been some great ones throughout the course of history that I've seen. I've seen a whole team dress up like the Smurfs with Papa Smurf and have to go through a train station dressed like that. So, yeah. And one year it was the Olympic gymnastic team, but it was the women's gymnastic team. So, yeah, maybe not PC, but yeah, amazing. There was some fun things.
All right, you mentioned Casey Schmidt in the Cape Cod League. Somebody asked him the other day in the clubhouse if he missed pitching. This is what he said.
It was always something I worked on, just like long toss and just taking care of my arm, and I think the pitching definitely helped with that. But yeah, I just kind of just made sure I took care of my arm, just because I was always throwing, and I like to throw a lot just too. So.
Do you miss pitching?
No, not anymore. It was fun in college and in high school and everything, but I'm kind of glad that side of me is kind of put to the side.
Which again brings up Ohtani, because there's a whole process to pitching, right? It's totally separate from what he's doing. It's crazy.
Yeah, we just play third.
Yeah. We don't need
and I can't wait till he just plays third, too, by the way. We didn't really touch on this because of need. He's playing short. He's playing second. When you throw the ball across the infield like he does, that short throw to second might screw him up. Like, how do I feather this to Lamont Wade Jr. without throwing a ball right through his chest into the first base dugout? Now I have to, take something off it. He made a weird throw the other night that Lamont Wade had to reach way over here for. So I can't wait till he's just a third baseman. Maybe he'll be a shortstop in the big leagues, but I'd rather see him just go to third and play third.
Ron Wodas on opening day, when we tried to suggest what is he? He cut me off mid-sentence and goes, he's a third baseman.
He is. He's going to win a lot of gold gloves. Maybe Nolan Arenado passes the baton to this guy someday soon. We'll see.
Yeah. They are mentioning Chapman and Arenado as kind of the comps. One more, and then we'll talk to Chris Rose. Here's Mark Spears yesterday. I want to get your viewpoint from a player's perspective. The speculation of Bob Myers leaving the organization. Here's what Mark Spears said yesterday with Tolbert & Coves.
Yeah, no, when I was at the NBA pre-draft camp a couple of days ago, they had the GM meetings. Bob wasn't there, and Mike Dunleavy Jr., the assistant GM, was in his place for him. I've been told that, Bob doesn't always attend that meeting, shouldn't put too much into that. But most of the speculation I hear is there's expectation that he is going to depart. And with that being in mind, Dunleavy is the person that I think about.
All right, that aside, just the part where he said Bob Myers is leaving, and there's a debate right now of what he does. There's a lot of people that make those efforts and those decisions, but there's a lot of different things that Bob Myers does. Just from your perspective, a key front office member like that, especially with the success that the Warriors have had, how big of a deal is that to you?
What he does is he wins, and then he has great relationships with players. And the relationship he has with Draymond is special. These are special things. And as a team, in a franchise, an organization, when you achieve the ultimate goal, if you're already close, it brings you closer to a whole new level, like bonds for life. When Draymond's 90 and Bob's 90 in wheelchairs, they'll still be calling each other. They'll still be meeting in the off season because they've achieved so much together. If you've ever been around a team that's won it all, like Bochy and all those guys will be forever linked to winning, and it just takes your relationship to a whole new level. And when you're in a leadership role and you have the open, honest relationship with your players, it's a fine line when you're a GM, right? Because I either got to trade you, release you, or pay you. And then to have that relationship is a special thing. And when you've gone through all these battles and wars and you've won them together, you have a bond that's unlike any other. So Brian Sabian, for example, he won 3 World Series. He'd be honest with you. When you're honest with your players and you can trust your boss in a sense that he came up to me the first month of the season and I was playing poorly, and he looked at me in the clubhouse in Montreal, I'll never forget, and he said, "We don't miss," meaning we don't miss on players. That gave me so much relaxation and confidence at the time. And he's a guy that you trusted. You could go to him. He was honest. He was a straight shooter. Billy Beane in Oakland, same way. Like, he gave me a chance. He gave me an opportunity. And when your leader is like that and your boss is like that and you have an open line of communication and he tells you when you're doing well and when you're not doing well, it's just a special bond that you can trust that guy. When there's trust in an organization, whatever it is, whether it's athletics or not, you're going to get more out of your employees. And for these guys Bob's won 4 championships. He knows what he's doing. He has that special bond with his players. So when they win, it's not like, well, Bob Myers, he's the reason. And when Brian Sabian's the reason they won the world. No, Brian Wilson got the credit. Tim Lincecum, they never get the credit. But behind the scenes, when you can have a GM that's that involved and those relationships are so strong, that's a bigger deal than anybody knows.
That's great stuff. There's good insight from FP on the Bob Myers situation. Could be leaving the organization, that according to Mark Spears yesterday with Tolbert and Cubs. We'll come back. Our good friend Chris Rose is going to join the show. The Chris Rose Rotation podcast, baseball. He's on the MLB Network as well, works for John Boy Media. We'll not only take a look at the Giants, the NL West, but also at the quarter point of the season. What is he seeing? What are the biggest stories in baseball? We'll ask Chris Rose next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
Levi's Stadium expected to host the 2026 Super Bowl. Hey, party at Levi's Stadium. They're hosting the Super Bowl. That is awesome. That story more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Follow the leader on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader. KNBR 1045 and 680.
Sox and baseball. Our good friend Chris Rose at Chris Rose, NFL Network. BattleBots are awesome. Chris Rose Rotation, can't miss it, podcast, and Baseball Today. Make sure you check him out. John Boy Media. Chris joins us courtesy of the Umagas line. By the way, Chris, I wanted to let you know FP Santangelo is here today.
Yes, I heard that.
Yes.
FP, how are you?
What's going on, Chris? It's good to hear your voice.
Same here. Same here. What's going on up there in the Bay Area?
Well, I got to ask you this, and it's like 13 years too late, and you're probably sick of answering this question. But, when you were doing Best Damn and you had Brian Wilson on, and then the machine walks behind. Did you know that was Pat Burrell at the time? Or that, to me, that started like a phenomenon here in the Bay Area with the machine. And it's still one of my favorite. That's one of my favorite seasons all time in baseball. And that moment when you had Brian Wilson on is just still priceless to this day.
Yeah, it was. So that was actually a different show.
It wasn't? Okay.
So that was a different show that I was doing. It was actually kind of ahead of its time, to be honest with you. It was an internet kind of Zoom type show. I forget what we were using because Zoom wasn't around back then. But we would do this show. It was actually called The Cheap Seats. I think it was named before the Sklar brothers ended up using The Cheap Seats.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But I'm not, yeah. But it was a thing that was on foxsports.com, and he would come on every 3 weeks or so since I had gotten to know him a little bit. And then one day I noticed, hey, you're kind of set up in a different room. Why is that? He's like, I just wanted to give people a different view of where I live. I didn't think anything of it. And then all of a sudden, here comes the machine. And I was like, whoa, did you see that? And, of course, Wilson plays it off like, see what? And I was like, hold on. Please tell me our control room rolled tape on that thing. So they did, and they showed it again. And he's like, yeah, that's the machine. I was like, what is the machine? He goes, oh, he lives down the hall. He comes over sometimes looking for a cup of sugar occasionally. I was like, oh, my God. So I had no idea who it was. But that weekend, I had the Giants game in San Diego, and I walked into the Giants clubhouse. And most times, guys don't pay attention when I walk in there. But I walked in, and everybody started laughing. And then Burrell comes up, and he goes, hi, Chris. And he sticks his hand out, with that weird smirk he had on his face. I was like, hi, Pat. How are you? He's like, I'm doing fine, thank you. So I was like, oh, boy. You know how many hours of therapy I needed to get out of that?
See, but we were just talking about Casey Schmidt and how the town's going crazy and the energy in the ballpark now with the young kid. But those were guys that we wrapped our arms around. And I think Giants fans are really thirsting for just characters and personalities and guys like that from back in the day. And Casey Schmidt so far, Chris, has been just awesome here in San Francisco. We love him.
Yeah, he looks fun. I'm not so sure I'd want to catch a throw across the diamond from him. But other than that, he looks great. I mean, I loved the video of him hitting his first homer and seeing all those people and his family and his friends that had traveled up from San Diego for the game. And I just thought, those are great stories, in part because it has been kind of a rough start to the season for the Giants, obviously. They just came off a great series against the Phillies, which is good news for them. I still think they've got a lot of work to do. I don't know if they have the horses to complete, to stay in a race maybe for the wild card, because they're not going to catch the Dodgers. But, if you can find some good stories, and certainly he is one of them, that's nice for the fans up there.
Our friend Chris Rose is joining us. Pop and Lund FP is in for Pop today. So let's widen out the lens a little bit. Just from the start to the Rays got out there, like you said, the Dodgers are kind of coming around and doing what they're doing. But what are the things that so far as we're kind of that magical point of 25% through the season? What are the things that are jumping out to you at this point?
I've been impressed with the Texas Rangers because they really haven't had Jacob deGrom for this entire run so far. They do have a 2-game lead over the Astros, who get Altuve back tonight for the first time since breaking his thumb in the World Baseball Classic. So I think they've been a really good story. I think the Diamondbacks have done a fantastic job. They're kind of a fun watch, really athletic team. 2 really good pitchers, in particular Zach Gallen at the top of that rotation. And I think the Orioles, last year that was as unexpected a season as, nobody saw that coming. And the fact they were still in contention until basically midway through September was awesome. So I think we all kind of wondered, okay, what are they going to do for an encore, particularly since they didn't go out and get that big-name pitcher that I was screaming for in the offseason, But they have done it. They're only, as well as the Rays have played, the Orioles are only 3.5 back right now. They're 28-16, and they've got a legit MVP candidate in Adley Rutschman. They brought up their top pitching prospect in Grayson Rodriguez, who has been solid at times, but has also gotten kicked around a little bit. I'm curious to see if, with as deep as their farm system is, are they going to go out and get that horse, help them out at the top of the rotation? Because outside of this pitching staff, the rotation, because the bullpen's been great, I feel like they've got a team that can make it to the World Series. I really do.
And I like that because they've been down for so long that, to have a fan base be energized that way, I absolutely love it. Let me go back to you're talking about with Texas because, we had Bruce Bochy on all the time and, whether he was going to get back in the game. And obviously he's an old school guy in an analytical world. And he learned here for a year to kind of figure everything out. But what he's doing in Texas, I love Bruce Bochy, and I think it's a great story.
It is. When he went back into the game, I don't think it shocked me, but I was like, Texas? Really? That's where you want to go? A team that hasn't made the playoffs in 7 years? And, man, they're such a distant, like, third, maybe even fourth in terms of sporting interest down there, right behind the Cowboys and the Mavericks. And then I don't know where the Stars sit on the sports Mount Rushmore down there of teams. So let's say at best they're third, right? How interesting that would be. But I'm sure he saw that they spent $500 million on upgrading their middle infield. They probably made the promise, hey, we are going to go after the big fish in the offseason. And they did so. And I'm happy for him. I always love being around Boch. I think he adds an awful lot to a clubhouse, gets guys to believe, gets guys to understand. And so I think it's pretty cool.
Bruce Bochy, Texas Ranger, coming this fall on CBS.
Exactly.
Right? He's doing such a good job there. And it just goes to show you that maybe the old school skippers can still get it done when the game has changed so much. When you're talking about the new rules, Chris, I was against everything, and then I've done a 180. I love it. I love how fast the games are going. I love the pace of play. John and I were talking to the AAA broadcaster for the Giants today, and he was saying that how the automated strike zone is so small down there, and then they go to a challenge system over the weekends, and these kids have different strike zone, different rules they're trying to adapt. Do you ever think that the automated strike zone, is going to make it to the big leagues, or is that just something they're playing with down there?
I think that's the one they really have to perfect the most. I think that's the one that's going to be really, really interesting for me. So I don't have a problem with us trying anything new. I love the idea of a pitch clock. All the guys I've talked to on the Rose rotation I would say that most of them don't have a problem with it. If they do, the feeling is that there should just be an adjustment on the time, that it should be 20 seconds universally, not 15 when there's nobody on base. Because really, let's take a breath here. Let's start an at bat. Let's get our thoughts together. I mean, it still is a game where they have to come up with a strategy and do things and think about how they're going to pitch different players. So you don't want to lose that. You really don't. And so I just think that if they go back after this year and say, and talk to the players and have them have some ownership in the rules change, I don't think you'll get major pushback from the players. I don't think you will.
Let me just look at the National League and then specifically kind of morph that into the National League West a little bit, because in the National League specifically, the start that St. Louis has gotten off to, and now they're starting to obviously show life. The Padres at 20-24 after all the money they've spent over the last couple of years. Philly, we just saw them, and the Giants swept them. They're 3 under 500. The Mets are under 500. Of those teams, like, do you expect some of that to continue, some to come out of that tailspin? Where do you see some of these teams that are underachieving in the National League?
I mean, it's hard for me to bet against those teams, particularly when they've got that much talent. I'm really curious about the Padres, because now that Tatis came back toward the end of April, they've kind of got their full complement. It doesn't feel like they're waiting on a lot of guys to come back from injury, where, the Mets just got Verlander back a couple of starts. Scherzer's been in and out of the lineup because he hasn't, felt well, and he got suspended. Carrasco's back on the mound tonight. They've had some injuries in their everyday lineup, so I'm still kind of waiting for them. Same with Philly a little bit. But I expect those teams to be competing for wild cards at the very least. Like, if the Mets and Phillies can't catch the Braves, I would be shocked if there are other teams that are ahead of them in spots 4, 5, and 6. Certainly not by a significant margin to the point where they're going to be out of it come mid-September. I just don't see that happening. I think there's just way too much talent on all those teams you talked about.
Chris, before we let you go, we have a text line here at KNBR, and somebody from the 707 area code is chiming in. Can you explain what the machine is? And I think it would be funnier if you did than I did. So maybe you can explain to the listeners that weren't around 13 years ago when this whole thing happened, the first question I asked you.
Yeah, I'm not so sure I actually want to take a jaunt down that road again. So I might have you do that on the other side of the break, perhaps. But the
well played.
I suppose the machine is just. I have no problem with the machine. Like, listen, people do whatever you want to do. I'm good with you. Live your life any way you want. I'm good with it. I want people to be happy. I want them to take ownership of who they are and what their lives are all about. It's just when it comes out of nowhere and when you're not expecting it, the machine can certainly leave an indelible image.
That's pretty damn well explained.
Yeah, that was better not get it done.
It's pretty good. How's the pod? How's the rotation? How's everything? You got anything coming up? What's going on?
Yeah. Every week we're interviewing a different guy. This week it's Nathaniel Lowe of the Texas Rangers. Speaking of Bochy's current squad, great guy. Really, really funny. When he sat down, I would never have picked. He wasn't wearing anything Texas on it, okay? So we did it via Zoom. He wasn't wearing his Rangers hat. He wasn't wearing a Rangers shirt or anything. I was like, are you sure this isn't the guy from Analytics? That's who he looked like to me. But he was hilarious. That comes out every Monday. That's a new episode. And then Trevor Plouffe, the former Minnesota Twin, he and I do a show every day called Baseball Today. And we're just really proud of John Boy Media. We keep grinding along, and this week we had the top 3 baseball podcasts out there, so we appreciate those that are listening in the Bay Area for all your support, because we know you guys have a lot of choices out there. So we appreciate that Baseball Today is every day, Monday through Friday, on all of our John Boy Media social channels.
All right, I know we have a lot of fun, but just one serious thing, because this just happened, and I'm sure you're aware, but you're from Cleveland. Jim Brown just passed away. I mean, what does Jim Brown mean to Cleveland?
I mean, everything, right? These are days. Listen, my father's been gone 11 years, unfortunately. It's days like today I really miss him, because he lived through the entire Browns era. Right? For my family in particular, they purchased season tickets starting the Browns' first year in 1946 and had them all the way until the Browns left in 1995. And just to hear the stories about Jim Brown, my oldest brother went to the last Cleveland championship in 1964. He was 7 years old. He went to that game. Jim Brown was his sporting idol. I had a chance when I first joined CNN at age 25. He was the first big interview I did. And I couldn't believe I had a chance to interview the legend of Cleveland, Ohio. When we started the Best Damn Sports Show, period, he was the first ever guest. And he just always remembered me as, you're the Cleveland kid. And to hear that out of Jim Brown's voice, like it makes you feel like you're 8 years old, right? And, he meant so much, not just to the Cleveland community, but to this country in terms, now he wasn't perfect, okay? It's not fair to paint him as a perfect man. He was not. None of us are, and he was not. But in terms of helping change the social conscience of this country, when you say that is the number one thing on his list, and he was a damn good running back and a fun actor, that's pretty special.
Well said. Well said. As always, our pleasure. Thank you, Chris. We'll talk to you soon.
All right, guys. Take care. Appreciate the opportunity to catch up with you.
Absolutely, man. Always. Chris Rose. Boy. He's a Cleveland guy, and Jim Brown just passed away, and pretty well said there.
Yeah, we need to clip that and play that all day long on the
really
station.
Nice.
That was outstanding.
NFL Network, Chris Rose Rotation Podcast, Baseball Today, and you check him out on John Boy Media. Chris is the best. All right, sweet, clean, family-friendly Caboose Pistol Plus. People they just won't leave it alone.
On the other side, I'll tell you what the machine is.
Wow, really?
I will. I'll explain it to you in
legal?
detail.
Is that legal?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, checking. All right, FP is in. You can't miss this on the Sports Leader. Business owners talking to you. Are you feeling stretched thin by the pressures of growing your business? A lot of keeping up to do. Changing regulations, staying HR compliant, you're hiring, retaining top talent. Oh, yeah, you're handling payroll. That's fairly important. The list goes on, and it's tough to maintain momentum and still keep your employees engaged. So what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? Well, fortunately, there's Insperity. Insperity puts over 35 years of HR servicing technology to work to help you develop a people strategy that scales with you. So what if your HR strategy included access to better benefits to help you keep the employees you have and attract new ones? What if it offered training for your employees to increase their skills so they become more productive? You know this as a business owner. There's always going to be challenges to face, and no matter where they come from, Insperity is ready to help you move past them by providing the HR solutions you need.
It was a 5-shot revolver. It was loaded, wedged in the crack of her buttocks.
Papa and Lund presents the Caboose Pistol.
The old caboose pistol, everybody has one.
A few stories that slip through the cracks.
Say caboose. I know some women who could hide a machine gun in there. Yeah. I'm sorry, we're getting off track.
On KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
I mean, they probably think that it's cruel to do. Whoa! Hey!
What?
What was that?
What was what? Dubs?
What was that? Time out.
The Dubs comment?
What?
What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
All right, that's just mean. That can ruin people's careers right there.
What happened?
Did you people at home see that? Did you guys see that? This is what I saw. Look in the background. What is that?
That guy? That's the machine.
The machine? Who is he? Is he a cousin of the Gimp?
He lives next door. He doesn't say much.
I mean, where's the red ball?
I don't know. I'm not into that gig. He comes over for sugar every once in a while, and well, we don't talk much, so I just give him the sugar.
Tell him hi for us, here at the Cheap Seats. Why not?
I sure will.
Okay. Where do we go after that?
We need to get Chris Rose back on the line for just tell him like 30 seconds to play that. So for everybody else who just won't let it go, on the text line, 415-828-5627, 415-808-KNBR. Read it out for the text. We read the text. People want to know the machine. Well, that's where the machine comes from. And that, as Chris Rose just told us, if you're just joining the show, he did a show called The Cheap Seats. It was on FoxSports.com. And he was interviewing Brian Wilson, that's August of 2010. And in the background, if you're familiar with, what's the movie from, because he mentions it there?
Pulp Fiction, maybe?
Pulp Fiction.
Yeah.
It's Pulp Fiction. And he's dressed in a similar fashion and just walks behind Brian Wilson. And Wilson has this smirk on his face. He knows exactly what's going on.
I can't believe people don't remember this or know this. The machine, he came out and he had a leather mask on over his head. And just like a crisscross leather across his chest, and just leather underwear, basically, just holding his junk in. That's it. And it was Pat Burrell, and he just walked out on camera and walked past Brian Wilson, and he was playing it off. And the big mystery in 2010 was who was the machine. Nobody really knew who the machine was. And this was just such a colorful bunch. And just to watch that again, that made me laugh so hard to just remember what a colorful character Brian Wilson was.
Is that still on YouTube? Is that where do we find it on YouTube?
Yeah.
So you can find it.
Yes.
If you want to find it, you can find it. But that's the machine.
That's the machine.
Yeah. So that's it.
Yeah, you could probably see that same outfit, I don't know, on the Embarcadero in 10 minutes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, at that
multiple,
or the Folsom Street Parade or whatever. But that was a big deal back then. And I remember doing the shows on KNBR, and everyone was trying to guess who that was. You could tell who it is. It was Pat Burrell all along, and he gets mad they still want to keep this like a secret.
Oh yeah, that was classic.
He's a machine.
Yeah, well done. Because somebody on the text line asked, and then we asked Chris Rose to explain it, and he kind of did. But then you went out and you found it during the break.
You're laughing.
And oh, my God.
It's a good chuckle.
Classic.
Good chucks.
So there you go. We asked and answered. Asked and answered.
Google it.
Yeah.
Unless you're driving.
Yeah.
Do it
driving. Yeah. Anyway, there you go. I don't know how we're going to transition to that or from that, but I'm going to ask you a question, okay? And
well, if I had that outfit, I'd wear it now that we're streaming. I would. I'll do the show in a leather mask. I will. I don't have one.
We'll wake him up.
I'm not down. I mean, whatever. Are
you acting like you don't have one?
Whatever.
You're gonna have to go
whatever floats your boat. I'm super chill with all that. I just don't have a leather suit on.
Where do we go after that?
Yeah,
that's what I'm trying to say here.
Maybe you want your ratings to go up.
I have. Believe me,
dress like the machine.
I wouldn't have a problem with it.
I wouldn't either.
The Maybe the best part of the whole thing. I mean, the whole bit is great. But maybe the best part is Brian Wilson trying to hold in a laugh the whole time. Because if you got to go see the video, because he's got this. Everybody knows, you're a Giant fan, you know Brian Wilson. I mean, he's got this smirk and he's trying to play it straight.
He's like, what?
And Chris Rose is like, what was that? Like, I got to know. And Brian Wilson's like, what?
And the line about the sugar, he comes over to borrow sugar. Like, that's quick.
He's doing straight lace the whole time.
It's really hilarious.
Brian Wilson played a straight guy.
I miss those guys.
Man.
What are we laughing about?
I get to see Pat all the time.
Fill me in.
I haven't seen Willie in forever, man. That guy was a lot of. That team was a lot of fun. I'm back. I'm stuck in 2010. Bring me back to 2023.
Classic. All right, a few things for you. And look, there will be no judgment here one way or the other. And in fact, I'll tell you this. So it says her cat sounded like he was coughing up fur balls, so she coughed up $30,000 to fix it. And you get into all these stories about this woman or about this cat. So essentially what happened with this cat was cat had asthma, all right? The woman went out and spent over $30,000 to fix the asthma of the cat. Do you have a limit for a pet? Like I got to be honest with you, we have a dog. It's a mix between it's a Bernedoodle. So it's a mix between
Those are so cute.
It's awesome.
Oh my God.
It's one of the cutest dogs. Wonderful personality. Love it. We've had it about a year. It's about a year and a half old. Really no negative to the thing. Doesn't poop in the house. Great dog. Love it. You come in, like when I get home today, he's going to act like it's the greatest thing ever. It's really good for your mental health. I love the dog. I think he's one of the greatest things ever. I'm not spending $30,000 on him. $30,000. $30,000.
Well, I mean,
you have a limit on a pet?
It's a case-by-case basis, and if you have nobody else in your life, and that's, all you have is the cat coughing up fur balls all day and having asthma.
So over $30,000.
I mean, I understand the sentiment of it. I'm not a cat guy per se, but I had
like a pet.
I had a yellow lab named Gamer for 15 years, and he passed a couple of years ago, and he running for a ball uphill one day, he blew his ACL out on his back leg. So my friend was a vet, and they said it can either heal on its own, and there'll be scar tissue there. He's not in a lot of pain, or you can pay $5,000 to have like an ACL operation on my dog.
You didn't do it.
I didn't do it, but he wasn't in pain.
Okay,
so maybe I would have spent the $5,000 if he wasn't.
If it was
asthma,
like
limping around.
Yeah.
He was fine, and he said it would just scar tissue, and these are wild animals, and they heal on their own. Basically, is what the vet told me. Who was a friend of mine, who probably preys on people's emotions to make his living. I feel like a lot of
nice guy.
Yeah, I mean,
seriously, most vets would be like, "Got to do this."
Most vets have big hearts and love animals.
Yeah,
and
but
it's a cool profession.
Give me
see me backpedaling right now. Yes, yes, but no, I'm not spending $30,000 on Muffy the cat.
No, me either. I mean, like I said,
I know the Heimlich.
I
know the kitty cat Heimlich.
I love our dog. I don't think I'm spending $30,000 because it's coughing up fur ball. Here's another one to prey on what kind of a person you are. Tickets to see Taylor Swift in concert are hard to get, but one Eyewitness News, I guess this is in L.A. So essentially what happened was a person accidentally dropped these tickets off at the wrong house. 6 tickets to see Taylor Swift. Not my thing, but, okay, New Jersey. Sorry, this is in New Jersey. 6 tickets to see Taylor Swift in concert in New Jersey. They can be resold for thousands of dollars each. They were accidentally dropped off at the wrong house. What do? Do you immediately go to StubHub or wherever it is you go to sell tickets? Thousands of dollars each. You probably get, I don't know, $3,000-$4,000 for a ticket. So you're looking at times 6, let's say $25,000. Do you do that, or do you contact the company that dropped them off, FedEx or whomever, and say, hey, wrong place?
You do the right thing, John. You go to the concert, you take the tickets, and you throw your underwear on stage. You do the right thing.
I'm just StubHub so fast it'd make your head spin. Somebody just dropped $25,000 at my door.
I get my Giants tickets on my phone. How do you? Who drops tickets off in 2023?
What it says here.
Nobody does that anymore.
Opened a package that was delivered to their door and was surprised to find inside not only tickets, a VIP pack of concert tickets to Taylor Swift. 6 tickets, VIP. Oh, that's more than 3,000 or 4,000.
Yeah, you do the right thing.
Probably talking 5, 6.
You load the kids up and you go to the concert.
I'm selling them.
VIP, baby. We're going to Taylor Swift. Let's go.
Can you imagine?
I would go. I love Taylor Swift.
Our fearless boss right now is in Boston. He's got 2 daughters, and they're out of college. I don't know what the demo is for Taylor Swift. Not in my demo. I'm not a fan, but that's fine. But he's such a good dad that he bought the tickets, and he's going to Boston to take his daughters to Taylor Swift.
Did he buy the tickets, though?
Good question.
Did somebody leave him on
That's a
his
good
porch
question.
accidentally, and that's why he's in Boston?
I know this. He does not have enough power in this market to get them because he went to Greg and he goes, "Can you get me him?" And Greg goes, "Hell no."
No. What auction were we doing? Was it the Niners auction? And there was Taylor Swift tickets, and it was like on the third page. I'm like, this should be the only thing we're pumping here is these Taylor Swift
Make a
tickets.
ton of money.
I think she's coming to Levi's, right?
She is.
All right.
That's why we had to go all the way to Boston because we couldn't get any.
Oh, all right.
Couldn't get them for here. They're completely sold out. Amazing. Did she release? I think she did just release a new album or something.
She did.
But anyway, yeah. So he went back all the way there, and what a nice guy. Again, I'll do lots of stuff for my kid. I don't know about.
You're not going to go to a Taylor Swift concert? Oh, come on.
I bought him a lot of sports tickets through the years. A lot of things. Taking him to a lot of cool things. Maybe. I have a thought on this, and you have grown kids too at this point, is like, remember all the movies you'd have to go to? Like my ex-wife, she wouldn't go to any of the cartoon movies. I've done a lot of that stuff. I've sat through a lot of things, more than my share of things that I wasn't really a big fan of. I'm done. I'm done with it.
You are? Yeah. I never did that. I was playing baseball.
I wasn't right.
I wasn't the greatest dad ever when I was playing baseball. I wasn't good enough to like go to movies with my kids. I had to be hitting the tee in the garage and running up hills like Rocky and
that's true.
Drinking raw eggs, doing all that stuff. Okay. No, I
that's
went.
A pass.
I went to those. I used to watch Barney every day. For God's sakes. I feel like that's sacrifice enough.
We didn't do that in my house.
I would go to concerts with but I just never had time for that stuff.
No, I took him to certain concerts. I went to a lot. I watched a lot of Bob the Builder and all that kind of stuff. And I figured, and then any Disney movie that would come out that was animated or whatever, I went to all that stuff.
Well, you're a good dad and I'm not. 1-0 you. You win.
That was as disingenuous as it gets right there. I'll tell you right now. All right, that is your sweet, clean, family-friendly caboose pistol. We have a few more remnants. We were going to save the machine, but the machine's done. So we got it.
Done.
Yeah, we got it. Oh, yeah, remember, you could still win $50 to Tony's in North Beach. And by the way, there's a Tony's at Levi's Stadium. There's a Tony's, which you cannot pass and not get a slice of pizza at Oracle Park. Tony's all over the place. All sorts of different styles of Tony's pizza. Plus, as Greg just told you, pizza, otherwise known as pasta as well. Plus, the tremendous sandwiches, everything.
The 925 chimes in, you're a piece of S. What if your tickets for your kids were lost and someone returned them?
That's why I asked
They're
the question.
They're on the phone now. Nobody leaves tickets on somebody's porch. They're on your phone. It's all electronic.
Exactly.
And I would do the right thing. I would return the tickets.
No, you didn't say that.
I know. You got
now that you're getting
shock
feedback,
value.
you would.
Shock value humor.
Yeah, I wouldn't do that.
What are we laughing about?
I go sit in the front row and show my boobies
Great
off.
drop, by the way.
Yeah,
we got to keep that drop.
Lift
forever.
up my shirt and flash everybody.
So I have a chance to win. Or should we do it now? Should we just do it now? Yeah, let's just do it now. Caller 10 right now. Caller 10 right now, and you can win tickets. Or excuse me, you can win, not Taylor Swift tickets. You can win $50, which is better, to Tony's in North Beach. Tony's, $50 right now. Caller number 10. All right, we give you remnants coming up next only here on eSports.
If you're caller 10, you're a piece of S. No, I'm just kidding.
Here's what's trending now.
Trending now.
On KNBR.com.
President of the Giants, Larry Baird, joined Tolbert and Copes to discuss the fan excitement. We're all excited for Casey Schmidt. That podcast and more trending now on the all-new KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. Now back to Papa and Lund live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Studio. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
You're smoking a pork shoulder? Does that get you high? I don't remember saying half of these things, dude.
I know. That's the greatness of the drops. You're trying to think of the context, and you can't remember most of the time. That's the way it goes. Thanks for hanging out on the text line today. Thanks for hanging out on the YouTube channel and Twitch. I wasn't as active on that as I normally am. I wasn't answering questions and thoughts. And I think probably because, you know, I did a dress down day today. I'm sure that it's a negative reaction to that, so I didn't really check. You look nice.
We're on TV now.
Yeah, I know. Got to get used to
People
that.
can see us.
And
This is weird.
Can't pick my nose. Can't make fun of stuff.
I was digging for gold the other day in a commercial break. I don't like the cameras on during a commercial break.
Yeah,
I was digging for gold.
Yeah,
I was like, oh man, I came back. Well, it got me a segment. I talked about it coming back from break. I got to get used to these cameras in here.
You do.
And who knows
Absolutely
what
do.
else? That's why I'm trying to walk out on break. Like on the air, this is good. This is great for the station. This is awesome.
When they had just started doing these and they hadn't really announced it, but some people found it. Like if you go to YouTube, you know, our KNBR is right there, and then people were clicking in on it and stuff like that, and I forget. So I'm not saying I'm Bill King, who was like eating popcorn and putting it back there like a gerbil when he was doing broadcasts. I don't do that. But every once in a while, I'll take a bite of so I ask a question. If I ask a question, and then Greg's going to ask the next question, and then they got to answer both those questions. With Greg in here, I got like 10 minutes. And so I turn off my mic, I take a bite of a health bar or whatever, and I wash it down with a little water, and like 10 people are like, you should not eat on the air. And I was like, what? I don't go to your cubicle and tell you when to eat, you ass. Like, I'm not, don't tell me what to do. I've been doing this for 25 years. Stop.
You know, it would have been nice to know that was on somewhere because I didn't know. They're like,
I'm eating peanuts right now. Look at this giant bag of peanuts.
We're streaming starts whatever day, and then I'm on the air and I'm getting tweets that they can see me. That would have been nice to know.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Before we officially launched.
Yeah, because these cameras in here, you just, all of a sudden.
Nobody said that there's some people that can see you.
Yeah.
I mean, I usually
didn't
do the
even tell
show.
you?
I usually do the show naked. I mean, so it would have been nice to know.
Probably encourage you to do more naked. Anybody interested?
No. Come on.
That's
I'll do it as the machine, though. I will. I promise.
Look it up. Look it
Somebody's
up.
got to buy me the outfit and bring it to KNBR.
Pop and Load today sponsored by our good friends Pacific Coast Termite, rated A+ by the Better Business Bureau. Call Pacific Coast Termite, 1-800-PACIFIC. That's 1-800-PACIFIC. All right, man. We're out of here. We're done.
Happy hour,
Look,
baby.
You got an early weekend.
That's great. It was a pleasure, dude.
that?
That was like a day off doing a show with you. That was so much fun. We got to do it again.
Yeah, absolutely.
That was fun.
Can't wait. By the way, a lot of great response today. People loving the Giants and baseball talk and the optimism. So after like 10:01, you were like, okay.
Patrick Bailey's going 4 for 4 tonight with 2 home runs, and he's going to catch a no-hitter.
Wow.
If he plays.
In the next 4 hours, you would completely... No, you didn't flip. You weren't being negative. You were just trying to be a realist.
Trying to be a realist that they're all not going to be Casey Schmidt.
No, that's totally fair.
But it's fun, isn't it?
It is.
It's so much fun.
It's nice. I mean, Mayoka was gushing. He doesn't gush over anything. He was gushing about this.
Call them all up. Call everybody up.
Thanks to Danny and Walter doing a tremendous job. If you missed any of the interviews, just go to KNBR.com. The boys are coming up next. Thanks to FP. Awesome to hear FP in the afternoon talking baseball. The boys are coming up next on KNBR AM and FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
What are we laughing about? Fill me in.
The NBA brought him to the Bay.
Oh, what a move by Tolbert.